thank you everyone for coming. It's so nice to see everyone in person. Finally put some faces to names. I'd like to begin by with an acknowledgement of country. I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people. The Wurundjeri people are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today. I would like to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I extend that respect to any and all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in attendance today or who will attend. I would also like to thank the AHRC, Metamodernism Network, and La Trobe University for supporting the event. A special thanks to Associate Professor Charles Young and Dr. Sara James for agreeing to chair some of our sessions throughout the day. Also, a special thanks to Linda Sorelio and Greg Denver for agreeing to facilitate online discussions during the event's scheduled breaks, which are these lovely people up here. So, keynote speakers will be allocated 40 minutes to speak. At the end of their keynote addresses collectively, we'll hold a 15-minute panel discussion. So you can either ask your questions to an individual, so asking Tom to expand on something, or a broader question which the whole panel can discuss. So the audience is encouraged to save their questions for the keynote speakers until the end. Our other presenters will be allocated 20 minutes to speak. Each of these presentations will be followed by a 5-minute Q&A for their individual presentation. When speakers have 5 minutes remaining, our chair people will then give them a 5-minute warning. So I'll probably hold up my hand and say 5 minutes. At this point, presenters should start to consider concluding their presentations. We'll begin with Professor Tom Clark. It's great to have you here, Tom. After so many emails back and forth, it's good to finally meet you. So I'll introduce Tom. Tom is a professor in the first year college at Victoria University. He's also chair of the academic board. He is secretary of the Oscillation University's Language and Literature Association and secretary general of the International Federation of Modern Language and Literature. His academic work combines an education in early English and Old Norse poetry with a professional background in speechwriting and policy advice. This background informs his teaching of rhetoric and public speaking, as well as various research projects looking at the poetic qualities of contemporary public language. His most recent monograph is Talking Up a Legacy, Australian Prime Ministers and the Speeches We Remember Them By. The title of his keynote address is Teaching Poetry and Poetics of Learning, Delimiting the Experiences of Study and Meaning. You ready to go? Yeah.
Am I on? Can people in the rest of the world hear me okay? Yeah, I'm seeing at least one nod. That's good. And now I'm not seeing your faces anymore because Graham's helpfully putting the screen onto my slideshow.
We can hear you well.
Great, thank you. I'm obliged for the feedback in the original sense of the word. So, Graham, thank you for your kind introduction, as well as for the many kind emails. I was on leave for much of the summer, and Graham has been patient with me. And that's a very collegial thing to do. I hope I'm going to repay you by being collegial back. I hope I'm going to repay everybody by raising some questions that are of interest to you in your conference. And pardon the body language, I've got my notes here on this laptop. I'm going to toggle the slides. I appreciate there's a web camera right in front of me where the rest of the world is, and there's a room here. And I've got my glasses on. And so around all of that, I promised to manage time ruthlessly on myself. I'll get the timer started. If I can save any time at the end for more question and discussion, then I think that's valuable for everyone, right? But let's see how you feel after I've had a go. coming back from summer has meant a few things. One is that this presentation has become more specifically focused than the abstract you have read. So it's got to become a bit more applied since I've drafted that abstract, which is quite theoretical. I was really trying to think of a way to present something from my work, which Graham introduced in my background, that is relevant to the conference and its interests as I understand them. And then I've been thinking more and more of stuff that Michael and I did together years ago, and reading your abstracts in the outline of the conference. And I'm going to take this in, as I say, a somewhat applied direction. I hope that liberty is well advised, not having a lend of you, but I think it's going to be more useful and picking up some timely elements, as you'll see. Thank you for acknowledging that we're on Wurundjeri land, Graham. I think it's important for us to recognise that places like this have been sites of learning, knowledge exchange, ceremony for, well, it's basically since the sea levels last did a big rise, yeah, and was settled in the kinds of patterns that are still visible, evident today. So, structures of meaning in the poetics of discourse. The more kind of specific purpose that has been developing since Graham patiently received my abstract is to explore both poetry and political discourse as though there were no qualitative difference between those categories, to get a view of the way these discourses are predicated on structures of meaning. Structures of meaning is already jargon, and it's jargon I've worked with before, but I'm trying a new kind of usage of the term here today. I'd be really interested in your sense of what works, what doesn't, what's comprehensible, what needs refinement as we go. I'm going to cover a rationale for the work, then picking up artificial intelligence. Here's definitely one of relevance to your work, Michael, and others as well, which upsets some of our assumptions about structures of meaning, as we've seen in the news this week. I want to set a frame of poetry, politics, and poetics, which is kind of a theoretical context I've been working with ever since I stopped being a speechwriter and started being a full-time academic. I want to look at 3 poem examples. You're going to find that I'm being a bit cheeky there, but spoiler alert, and some concluding observations and what I hope are lines of relevance to the presentations more broadly. And again, interested if you see those as I do, or they're kind of less, if the relevance is less clear to you than I had hoped. So, the rationale for covering this ground. First of all, I'm effectively calling public discourse a species of poetry. That's a thing I've been doing in my presentations and publications for a long time. I've always been aware that it may seem rather self-indulgent. This Eureka moment as a speechwriter for the then Premier of Victoria, Steve Bracks. I had this Eureka moment that I had just finished a PhD on Beowulf, this anonymous epic poem from date debatable, but the manuscript is certainly 10th century. And I spent a lot of time working on the poetic formulas that drive irony and other rhetorical devices in that poem. And I thought, the work I'm doing here as a speechwriter is actually the same field. This kind of speechwriting is like applied poetry. I have minutes to write into instead of line count to write into. I have topics that must be mentioned, topics that must not be mentioned, people who must be acknowledged, people who must be avoided, ways of saying things, ways of not saying things. These are all prosodies. There is a verse form at play here. And if you'll allow that, not just as a heuristic, but as a thing, then we can, as a unity, then we can talk about public discourse as a species of poetry. If it's valuable, then then my career hasn't been completely misspent. Still, it may seem a bit self-indulgent, and so asking why anyone would care about these considerations, I think I've got 3 main answers. The first answer, why care, is that public figures the producers of public discourse, demonstrably care about the affective qualities of their pronouncements. They are greatly preoccupied. We know from much evidence, they are greatly preoccupied with saying things the right way, not just with saying the right things, because they know the two are inseparable in their lived experience of success and failure. And success and failure are very immediately played out in public discourse. Meanwhile, there is no doubt that public figures work to exacting affective standards in their public discourse, if only in the way they talk about each other's public discourse, right? The things they say about each other, praising and criticizing each other, the peer-to-peer praxis that they share. Secondly, just as they hold themselves accountable for styling their pronouncements adequately, if not perhaps always elegantly, public figures also know that publics who receive and respond to their discourses hold them accountable to similar standards. Audiences and readers also care that public discourse be expressed the right way. This is the second answer, right? Audiences both care about and actively respond to the texture of public discourse, as well as its referential meaning and political function. People are often actually responding particularly to the political function, the agenda, but they care about the styling on the way. And then there's a third answer. Through my researches into political poetics, mostly since 2005, I have been constantly struck by this third one. Through the process of making my case in defining, justifying, demonstrating, explaining, interpreting the proposition that public discourse is a species of poetry, I've been struck by how fundamentally and practically it affects our understanding of public discourse and poetry alike. Just, sort of like the Heisenberg effect I'm talking about here. Just taking it on in these terms has a life of its own and has a value of its own. By considering as united two phenomena that people would normally categorize as separate, we are alive to aspects of both that normally attract less attention. Yeah, and that's the kind of, if this works, then my job is kind of worthwhile, I think. But I'm not a commentator, as Matthias Cormann used to say. I'll leave that to you. What is at stake with these structures of meaning? And I will get on a bit. The definition of this term will emerge a bit as we go to them. I appreciate that things might come before horses, because I'm developing the idea as we go on. Anyway, Michael Halliday. This presentation is greatly indebted to him for his philosophy of grammar, as you can see here, and shall more as we go on. But I don't know how familiar you are. Probably different people are differently familiar with his work. I'm less enthusiastic about the systemic account of linguistics he builds onto that philosophy. So there's a functionalist philosophy, yeah, of language and of grammar that Halliday really he does more than anyone else to develop in literature and in theory, but he's inherited it from a functionalist tradition that originates actually with anthropology. Bronislaw Malinowski, structures of meaning in primitive languages, teachers, I think might have supervised Firth, who in turn taught Halliday, and there's a very strong functionalist strain in anthropology. Halliday brings this to linguistics, and then picking up something I think zeitgeisty about structuralist linguistics, which have swept the world in the 1950s and especially the 1960s. Halliday develops not a post-structural, but an alternative structural account of linguistics. I'm taking a huge license in saying that. I'm trying to be heuristic. Yeah. And so he calls it systems rather than structures. He's really setting himself up in opposition to Chomsky's generative structures, because he's not a cognitive determinist. Rather, he's a kind of a Marxian materialist. Yeah. So Halliday has this systemic functionalist linguistics. I really don't want to emphasize the systemic side here, is what I'm saying. You can talk to me about it if you want to, if that's interesting. It's great. But I really just want to stay true to the kind of functional philosophy of language, and more broadly of meaning, that Halliday is getting at when he says, there are two phenomenal realms that we as human beings inhabit, a world of matter and a world of meaning. Both matter and meaning are involved in all the regions of our experience. Meaning relies on matter to make it accessible to a receiver, and matter relies on meaning to organize it. processes that take place in human consciousness may be conceptualized as processes of meaning. Yeah. So, so meaning being kind of critical to all the regions of our experience, alongside matter. There's stuff like there's this computer, there are these screens, there's this microphone, there are these internet cable-y things that go through, I don't know, cyberspace or something, and bring up images on the computers of people I'm looking at right now, hello, and talking to right now, hello, and that stuff. And then there is meaning. We've got a dichotomy there that's pretty unstable, but without too much pushing between the channels for communication and the ideas that flow through them. In fact, Halliday moves on quite quickly, as we'll find, to a tripartite structure. But the idea that meaning is in all of experience, it's not a particularly radical proposition, right? That's just foundational to the space we're in right now. And I think that's a big line of connection to the metamodernist concern with structures of experience. I think we're saying it. There's a claim being made here to a major slice of the experience, and therefore to the structures of experience. Anyway, what does this mean in practice? Do you see what I did there? Perhaps it's easiest to apprehend structures of meaning when they're disrupted. We see this week's blowover about ChatGPT. Now, I don't know if it's a blowover all over the world. I think it is. It's certainly a blowover in Australia this week. Victoria this morning became the second last school jurisdiction in Australia to ban ChatGPT from all school, to block ChatGPT from all school internet engines. I imagine you're all familiar with what it is because it's such a big news story, but ChatGPT, of course, is a kind of a bot using artificial intelligence. You give it, you tell it what you want, it interprets what you tell it, and then it comes back to you in real time with what it thinks you want. It's easiest to do that with text, but basically it can come back to you with anything the computer you're working at can do. Yeah, if you have just an internet connection. So it can certainly come back with sound and picture and so on, with given those affordances. Of course, the news story is this great alarm about student assessment. This is very relevant to my academic board chair hat, actually. The idea that if students can just get an artificial intelligence to write their essays for them, and those essays are better, or whatever assignments, right? Not just essays, and those assignments are better than they would have written without help, then that's some kind of cheating. I'm not sure I agree with that basic proposition, by the way. If a student who's got some kind of brilliance in editing, but no kind of brilliance in drafting, can use a drafting engine to help give them good raw materials to edit and refine. Now, I'm not actually sure that's cheating, but anyway, I'm open to the debate. Very open to the debate. There's a lot of debate going on. I'm definitely alive to the moral onus on us in universities to teach people to go out into the workforce where this exists, and teaching them to use it wisely might actually be responsible of us, and that's got to figure in assessment regime somehow. But that's a segue. This worry about authenticity, if I can distill it to a single term, this worry about authenticity, which is it's forcing us to reconsider authorial conception and identity. Why? Because it so deftly emulates structures of meaning we had assumed were or are exclusive to Homo creativus, creative person, Homo, I don't know, sapiens. I don't know. There's some self-conception received rather than explicated that is getting upset here. Yeah, and we don't like it actually I do like it, but there's a lot of don't like it because it is at least potentially upsetting things that we're not feeling across on top of. ChatGPT is a platform that manifests meanings with an accessibility that is alarming many and may continue to for some time. It uses meaning systems, grammar is one word for those, to organize its outputs in forms that many people find dangerously usable. Well, many people find usable and many others, or the same, find them dangerous. I just, put this into some perspective, and I'm sure you think about this already, but researchers have been fascinated with the potential of chatbots and artificial intelligence for 15 years and more, and Michael here in the room is the expert in this in a way that I'm not. So a flourishing in the news this week is kind of like a timely moment for us to talk about a topic, but it's not as though people haven't been giving a lot of thought to this already, including thought to those considerations of authorial conception, identity, the locus of creativity, and of ethical responsibility. People have been giving thought to this, long before self-drive cars came along. Yeah. So maybe then, last night I was just I was thinking I want to have a go at this too, because I'll come to an example in a moment. I want to have a go at this too, and I asked ChatGPT to give me a ballad, 8 stanzas long, on love and jealousy, and I saw, much like your PhD thesis, I saw the lyrics play out in real time before me. Real time's not right. It was like listening to a podcast on 2.5 time. Within a minute, I had an 8 stanza ballad with chorus, so 4 lines per stanza and 4 chorus lines, 8 verses and chorus in a minute. It was more satisfying as poetry than many song lyrics I've read. I was inspired by a friend of mine who did an even more elaborate thing. And I just kind of want to check whether his claim was plausible. I was quality assuring what I'm about to present to you. A friend of mine called Nathan Brand, who's given me permission to quote this here. He's a professional musician. He asked ChatGPT, write the best song you are capable of without resorting to cliches. Include chords placed over the lyrics where you think they should be. Now, I just want to acknowledge, first of all, I want to acknowledge and thank Nathan for letting me quote this. He originally posted it on his Facebook feed, and I said, do you mind if I borrow that? He said he'd love everyone to share the splendour of this. Secondly, I also should acknowledge that the chord arrangement there, that bit didn't work visually. They just had C, G, A, M at the left-hand end of the line. F, C, G at the left-hand end of the line. So it wasn't spaced. So I've taken an editorial prerogative to put the chords on the first 3 stressed syllables of each line of verse or chorus or bridge or outro, and kind of arranging them as an online tablature might. It helps us to imagine it as a song, I think. But so there is editorializing in the background there. Really fascinated by the prompt, first of all. What is my friend getting at when he asks for this? What's the best song? What can we imagine the best song you are capable of might be from an artificial intelligence bot? I think we're all interested in that kind of Blue Thought versus Gary Kasparov scenario. How do you compare to the unbot songwriter? If you come up with something better than I heard in the pub last weekend, then maybe I'll give you a gig. Maybe I'll talk to the publican and we'll have a gig next weekend, right? I'm speculating. Is the phrase "without resorting to cliches" itself a cliche of the discourse about artificial intelligence? I rather think so. Yeah. There's a whole lot of there's a whole lot of poetics theory that says the driver of improvisation, these AI bots are improvising for us. They're churning out lyrics in real time, first draft. Yeah. Improvisation is driven by repertoires of poetic formula. That's for poetry. More generally, creative formula. Yeah, musicians, jazz musicians are talking about versions of the same thing. We have repertoires of formulas. We join them up. Sometimes we are truly playing sequences of notes we've never played before, but typically they are joining sequences of notes that are kind of prepackaged to some extent. Yeah. So the chords and the lyrics. Why don't I read it through for a moment, and then well, let's catch the splendor of the poetry at least, and then we'll think about some broader considerations. In this world so full of noise, we search for a moment of peace. Through the highs and the lows, hoping love will never cease. We hold on to what we love with every beat of our hearts. And though we may be apart, our love will never depart. And lovely, right? We chase after fleeting dreams, but the road ahead can be rough. And through the trials it seems, love is what makes us enough. In this world so full of doubt, we need something to believe in. And though it may seem small, love is the greatest of all. Let our love be a guiding light through the dark and stormy nights. And may it always shine so bright, guiding us to what is right. I think there's something in that for all of us. Yeah. One of the counterintuitives about saying that public discourse is kind of poetry, people say so much public discourse is awful. And I need poems like this to remind people that so much poetry could be described as awful too. Arguably awful. I'm sure I've read worse composed by people. I'm sure I've composed worse myself in anguished days gone past. But it's too much. The verses and the chorus, the verses, chorus, bridge, outro are in a ballad meter. So first lines are typically 4 stresses, although the first line of the chorus is out there. Second lines, so lines 1 and 3 tend to be 4 stresses. Lines 2 and 4 tend to be 3. Yeah, classic ballad meter. Although I find their rhythm is scanning a lot like the hymns of John Wesley, if anyone knows that kind of Methodist tradition. Although they definitely have metrical errors. So verse 1, line 3. What else? All there are ungrammatical stresses too, like verse 2, line 3 is an ungrammatical stress. And through the, you wouldn't normally stress over. Right? That's one of the things that struck me, coming from the poetics reading tradition, that a computer should be good at meter. It should be good at meter and rhythm. And it's not, the AI isn't picking up those very mathematical considerations of poetic tradition. Well, not yet. No. Also, I'm really struck by the liturgical quality. Once I heard the Wesley, I couldn't get it out of my head, but I'm struck by the liturgical quality of some of the rhetoric. So it projects singular experiences onto a first-person plural subject. Line 1, verse 2. We search for a moment of peace. All of the chorus is a we. You know, the we first-person plural is having singular experiences, muddying singular and plural. There's a primarily figurative term used as a predicate for an abstract term a few times. Verse 2, line 4, love is what makes us enough. Makes us enough is a predicate for love and abstract noun. There are a few others. The opposing of future tense denials in the indicative mood. So let's have a look at verse 1. Love will never cease. Will never, that's definitive, that's indicative or definitive. But then there's a future tense aspiration at the end in the subjunctive. May it always shine so bright. Yeah. So denial's indicative, aspiration subjunctive. That's a common trope of hymns. I think we're getting lyrics that suggest a purpose, a function. To me, it's kind of suggesting a churchly function. It may well be suggesting a different one to you. You'll have your grounds for reading it differently, I'm sure. But I guess the point is that, stop me if I'm wrong, but I think we're all reading function or purpose into this. You know, we kind of can't help it. It's the nature of organic communication. Oh wait, this isn't organic. It's the nature of expressive communication. Oh, who or what is getting expressed here? Us, the readers, I guess. And so only knowing how the text was generated absolves us of an imperative to discern that function, or rather, ignoring how the text was generated allows us to suspend disbelief in that putative purpose. Yeah, the purpose or purposes is counterfactual, so this is inherently speculative criticism. I'm rather a fan of speculative literature. I don't mind the idea that we could be straying into speculative criticism, but again, you know, that's everyone makes their own judgments there. Okay, moving along. How can we give a more taking that idea of function and taking it further to the kind of the political frame or the public discourse frame? So some of you are familiar with Roman Jakobson, who wrote the kind of what is famously the first essay about what poetics is, and that's totally contestable to write, but it's typically regarded as the seminal moment, a thing called his closing statement to a collection of essays. He asked, what makes a verbal message a work of art is the focus of poetics. So is it the phrase and theme formulas that so conspicuously drive improvisatory oral arts, for example? Yeah, is that what is making the previous verbal message a work of art? Or if not, is there anything making it a work of art? But I'm actually more interested to ask, what is the value of reading both poems and unpoems, you know, not poems, as though they are all poems, and therefore allowing us to say, put the debate about whether this is a poem or not to one side, let's read it as though it is. That has been my work for a while, yeah, and I still think it's valuable. I think there's further work to do here. So as a point of method, I begin with Halliday's understanding that meaning consists in the content, the form, and the function of a given expression. Yeah, which we can distinguish from earlier philological emphasis on content and form supervening over or vacating considerations of function. So content, we talked about this before, right? But what gets said. We'll elaborate on this if you're interested. Form, the how it is said. Function, in a way, is the why it's said. You know, so considerations of context here, considerations of purpose. An agenda for a meeting is an expression of purposes or functions for the meeting. Yeah? A function of a text might be, you know, I don't know, this person needed to write a particular poem to allay speculation that they were heretic, and so they wrote out a really long story with fantastical elements and then laughed at those fantastical elements to show that they were actually a doctrinal Christian in the 12th century, and that's Snorri Sturluson's Edda, textbook of how to write mythological poetry in Old Norse. Yeah. Function. If we insist that function that meaning consists in all three, then we get to this. We're saying that producers and receivers of discourse alike rely on all three elements when we make and interpret meaning through texts and utterances and other symbolic communication. Or expressed another way, all the components of a text or utterance that people rely on for its meaning may be classified as one of these three elements. structures of meaning must somehow be an affordance in relation to those three elements. Yeah. So let's take an example that I think shows the function rather strongly. This is the first known poem in English. I don't know how many of you have read it before. It's recorded in Bede's History of English Church and People. Nu zullen herjen hebben reeds waard, met het maagd en his mooie dank. Werk wil de vader, zo hij wondere was, gedrukten ora stellende. Hij is schop de barnen, hebben til grove, hali scheppen, damit een jaar, man kennis waard, gedrukten achtertierde, vier voldo vrij almechtig. So you see the translation on the right-hand side. And this unambiguous poem, it is a poem as a poem as a poem, was recorded in various versions from the 7th century AD. And this is sadly, there's no record of the tune, by the way. It's a hymn that apparently an angel taught to Cadman while he was dreaming one night. He was a kind of mute monk. And then an angel said, no, don't be mute, sing this. Sadly, there's no record of the tune. But the text of the oldest extant version is here, represented in type, in Roman typography of the 21st century rather than handwriting on vellum of the 7th. If we can read past the assumptions about religiosity and gender and others, perhaps these are not easy to do 1400 years or so after it was written down. This hymn is clearly an exhortation to praise. It's intended to remind and motivate all worshippers who hear and read it. More than that, the text becomes praise as it proceeds. Yeah? This song poem, whose literal meaning is to call for worshipful praise and then to justify that call, inherently becomes worshipful praise expressed as a song poem. This hymn, which calls for hymns, calls a hymn into being. Be the change, yeah, as they say. Well, let's take this equally political example. As we know, there are known knowns. There are things we know we know. We also know there are known unknowns. That is to say, we know there are some things we do not know, but there are also unknown unknowns. Things we don't know, we don't know. A guy who did a lot to bomb a lot of people is going to be remembered for this, rather ahead of his very violent contribution to public life. Sure, there are justifications. He offered them several times, although I never found them particularly convincing. But he is going to be remembered more for this weird gnomic pronouncement than for his dramatic contributions through warfare to the state of the world, which is still with us, really noticeable in a place like the Trobe University, frankly, where we are still dealing with, and any university, where we're still dealing with how to make inclusive communities for everyone. Big echoes of the war on terror in the work we have right now, the challenges we have right now. Is it a poem? It was spoken by Donald Rumsfeld, but then typeset in stanza form by Hart Seeley, who was reading transcripts of Rumsfeld one day and thought, those are poems. Yeah, a little bit like my eureka moment. Is it a poem? Well, it is and it isn't, of course, but let us read it as though it is. Let us read it for its poetics. That gorgeous consonants and assonants of the word know, pushed together in various forms: unknown, know, known, knowns, known unknowns, beautiful internal rhymes, perfect rhymes, but getting away with them. The line ends that afford elegant time and space to Rumsfeld's brutally pragmatic syntax. The ending, reflective and unresolved, on Rumsfeld's main point, which is to reflect on what cannot be resolved. Yeah? It's as though wisdom poetry must be the genre that inspired this utterance. Or is he a Sun Tzu of late modernity in the West? I don't know. I'm reaching for genres to put this into already, and that's a little bit like I was doing with the ChatGPT. Yeah, I'm finding social functions, I'm finding patterns of form and content that I can align this with the moment I start thinking of it as a poem. And I think they're indicative. They're revealing. They reveal to me things about my own ways of thinking. But I think extrapolating from that, I think they reveal to all of us ways all of us think, which is idiosyncratic to some extent, but it's also shared. I think what you'll find is whatever it is we do substantively, there will be a near perfect clarity as to what it is. And it will be known, and it will be known to the Congress, and it will be known to you probably before we decide it, but it will be known. Really biblical. Yeah? In the Old Testament kind of way. That's Psalm or something. Prophecy. So let's get to the overly attenuated point. What are these structures of meaning? My account here is primarily descriptive, which is to say, it comes across as tentative, I know, but I'm avoiding normative accounts here. I want us to work with something we're observing rather than pretending to delimit it. It's so extensive, as the Halliday quote at the beginning showed. It's so into all our dimensions of experience, this meaning thing, that normative delimitation, I think, is a real problem. And that's a challenge that the tradition of grammar has had for many centuries. In this context, structures of meaning represent a rather specific conception of ideology, which is the ideologies of public discourse, incorporating genre categories, textual structures, even minuscule details like the way it's typeset or the way or the syllables, the stressing of reading it out, the performative choreography. I'm a bit kind of desk bound, but if I had my air guitar mojo on, I'd be walking around the room and with a bit more swagger, I'm sure. Alternatively, or additionally, structures of meaning represent a rather loose conception of grammar, the grammars of language and of meta-language, choreography, for example, that's a kind of grammar, that guide public discourse. Either way, these structures are the tools to align content with form, with function in meaningful ways, both when we interpret and when we compose. ChatGPT is doing this. ChatGPT is predicated on an assumption that it works. If ChatGPT gets us, it's because that assumption is right. To the extent that the assumption is right. Either way, so as the ChatGPT story is reminding us then, the formulas are very powerful. They can pretty much take on a life of their own. I hope these lines of relevance work, but it's for you to work out and discuss as you want to. We've seen how manipulating constituent structures of meaning can easily upset assumed certainties of discourse. Experience more broadly. For both poetic and political discourses, chief among those assumed certainties are a reliance on really highly fragile accounts of identity, experience, and culture. And then just as a kind of, where I've come from, I think that along the way, paying close attention to content, form, and function entails a commitment to the discipline of close reading. I don't think you can get at structures of experience in any fashion without paying close attention, close regard. Stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. That was wonderful. It does raise some really interesting questions. I think that the chatbot idea, and specifically to Metamodernism, whether the artist, shall we say, or the chatbot, whether intentionality about sincerity or irony comes from the author of such a text, or whether it's up to the kind of reader or the listener to interpret and provide, say, a metamodern reading of it versus the creator who does it. So it's kind of interesting. It raises some really interesting questions, which hopefully we can talk about during the panel. So we will move on to Michael Meany. Michael joins us from New South Wales. Yes, so he was kind enough to make the journey, and we're thrilled to have him here. So I'll just introduce Michael. Michael's contribution to the field of creativity research has been in two primary areas. First, the integration of theories of creativity with a metamodern approach to theories of humor and comedy. These areas share a similar philosophical history. Both disciplines have their roots in classical scholarship, calling on the works of Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates. Likewise, both areas were reimagined and found new prominence during the Enlightenment. Later, both areas were scrutinized through the psychological lens of Freud, Jung, and others. In his PhD, Michael made the distinction between humor and comedy by pointing out that the construction of comedy, unlike the unintentional aspects of humor, is a systemic, intentional, creative activity. The title of his presentation today is Metamodernism, Oscillations, Energy, and Entropy. And we will make sure that we share his slides by going to Zoom, sharing our screen, and beginning. Is that looking good, guys?
That looks good.
Great.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, that all appears to be working. I'll drag myself into a position here where, oh yeah, I'm shot. New haircut's working well. Anyway, this is me, Dr. Michael Meany, nominally of the University of Newcastle, School of Humanities, Creative Industries and Social Sciences. As we've been trying to come up with a good pronouncement of what that acronym is. We end up with HKIS, which seems to be some kind of funky team for something, I'm not sure what. But we're desperate to try and give this collection of words some holistic meaning that would just be obvious at first glance to everyone out there. And that's a hopeless, hopeless task. But we try it anyway. Okay. I do want to do an acknowledgement of country. We recognise that Indigenous Australians have an ongoing connection to the land, and the university values their unique contribution, both to the university and the wider Australian society. La Trobe University has multiple campuses. Like the University of Newcastle, multiple campuses, each of which are occupying other people's lands. And I would like to express and pay my respects to elders past, present, and emerging. I would also I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude for their generosity, because their generosity has been truly astounding. And actually, it may be a bridge too far in the generous stakes. So just as an aside, several years ago, I undertook a motorcycle ride from Newcastle to Darwin as a fundraiser for prostate cancer. And Newcastle to Darwin is about 8,000 kilometres in round trip, which is, it's really interesting. Which would you think would be further, Newcastle to Darwin or London to Moscow? Newcastle to Darwin, by a long way, by 1.5 times. And it's just such an astounding. Anyway, I was on my way back and I stopped in the little town of Mataranka, and it was a Thursday. Thursdays are important days in the territory. It's when government money appears. Well, government money appeared in Mataranka on this particular Thursday night, and the pub was open. So it was party time for anybody who was capable of standing. And the next morning, I was just filling up the bike, and this old bloke came past and said, "Where you from, bloke?" And you go, okay, there's a political statement. Not where are you from, mate. There are no mates in the Northern Territory. If you are a male, it's bloke. Where have you been, bloke? And what he actually meant was, on whose land have you been? And where are you from? So I told him that I was originally from Taree, but I was now working in Newcastle. And he gave me a slightly confused look. And I said, "Where have you been?" And he went, and he named a couple of outer western towns in New South Wales. And that was as far east as he had been. Because he'd done it not on a motorcycle, not on a train, but on foot with a mob of horses. And that was his view of how Australia worked. You walked your way across the country. In a moment of facetiousness, I suggested to him that if this was Europe, Southeast Asia, South America, a whole lot of other places in the world, then out of the 18 individual Indigenous nations that I had crossed between Newcastle and Taree, Darwin, they would have all have stopped me and asked for my visa. Yeah. And they probably would have asked for a bribe. Were it Southeast Asia or South America, to say, "What are you doing here? Seriously, what is your purpose? And how is that connected to where you've gone and where you're going to?" He was really tickled by that. And he said, "Yeah, that's our problem, isn't it? Is we haven't learnt how to charge people to cross from one nation into another." I went, "You're absolutely right." I said, so I did just want to take this opportunity to thank all of the Indigenous leaders, past, present, and emerging again, for their unbelievable generosity in the way they share their land and their knowledge with us. Okay, so I will just dive into this. This is a largely speaking theoretical type presentation. And there was so much of Tom's presentation that rang bells with me. Oh, yeah. All the way down to, how does a poet know they're being a poet? The whole idea that somebody might improvise something reminded me of the great creativity theoretician called Keith Sawyer. I was lucky enough to have breakfast with him one morning, where he retold a story that was he had published in his book on creativity, which said that as a young man, he would be playing blues at improv clubs as a way of making money to support himself. And that certain nights he would suddenly realize he'd been asleep. He actually slept through the improv moment. And no one had noticed. And you think, okay, now this is either a comment on how good his improv was at best, or indeed what improv is. And I think Tom is absolutely spot on when he says there are structures, there are forms, there's format, there are functions that these moments of expression need to include. And if you're your improvised performance can pick up on them, then they may not be new to you. In fact, they may be so unnew to you that you can do them while you sleep. But for the audience out there, they'll go, I've never heard it done quite that way before. And that was R. Keith Sawyer's point about improvisation. Okay. It also leads as a nice little segue into this moment of oscillation, which brings into account all of those moments of, like, thoughts of authenticity. Why is it that an Australian country music singer feels the need to sing in an American accent to sound authentic? There you go. But we have these old Australian singers who sung in the worst of Australian accents, and they sort of sounded authentic. Yes, but it's much better to be authentic in terms of something that will be understandable by Nashville than something that is understandable in Tamworth. That's just dollars and cents forcing their way into our sense of what is authentic. Okay. So many of the theories that we have and we will propose depend on some kind of oscillation. The difference between the telic and paratelic experience, Michael Apter's work in psychology. Most people in their workaday world live in this telic kind of state where the world is a serious, it's a serious undertaking and there are serious jobs to be done. That's purely telic. The paratelic is much more playful. And if you try to swap somebody out of a telic state into a paratelic state at exactly the wrong time, you will not be met with raucous laughter. You will be met with howls of "don't do that, stop it, go away, I'm working here, I've got serious job to do." And your attempt at playfulness is really unwanted. So they're the two extremes in Michael Apter's view, or the reversal theory of humour that says that humour, when it works, and I'm using humour rather than comedy here, that humour, when it works, successfully swaps people from telic to paratelic state, yes, and oscillates between those two and gets people to consider the really, in many ways, what is the madness of that telic work-driven state. And then what is the facetious in the paratelic state. Intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. For a long time, people believed that creative work always came out of intrinsic forms of motivation, that you couldn't be paid to be creative. Guess what? You can be. And I say that now in this room, it got around a wry laughter, and you go, yeah, that's right, that's appropriate. You can actually be paid to be creative. The Brill Building, amongst others, amongst all sorts of other examples, prime cases of you just get enough creative people like monkeys, pay them enough, put them in a room together and tell them to be creative, and they will start the world's most dire competition to be more creative than the person sitting next to them. And that's really sort of weird, because we tend not, once again, we tend not to think of creativity as being a competition sport, particularly not being a full body contact sport. But it seems that unfortunately it is. Once again, the idea of extrinsic motivation was at one stage considered to be the complete anathema to creativity. Yeah. There are a surprising number of our students who will tell us that anybody who puts on the mantle of authenticity is being a sellout and therefore not being creative. They are just being peddlers of existing forms, tropes, structures that they believe would work. And that somehow or other that's not authentic and therefore it's not truly creative. Schrodinger's cat, dead or alive. This too is an oscillation. At this moment in time, my university, for example, doesn't know which I am. Just a bit of a problem. Yeah. In September last year, I had a stroke of some variety, a weird little character running around in my brainstem. The university is now going, so is he with us or is he not with us? And so that's right. I partially exist on their payroll, but I don't exist on their website anymore. So am I dead or alive? Am I just oscillating between these 2 points? Okay. Now I'm going to dive into a really techno-babble piece of oscillation, because it does tell us something strange about the way that we like to deal with the world. Why do we do it? Why does PAL, our normal television, run at 25 frames per second, where the American standard NTSC uses 30 frames per second? And I'm fiddling there a bit. It actually uses 29.98 frames per second. Why do they do that? It's actually because every television frame that we see is made up of 2 fields, sometimes called an upper and a lower field, and positive and negative, and all sorts of other names for them. So for each one of these frame rates, we double them to have the field rates. And the field rates are, therefore, 50 times per second for PAL and 60 times per second for NTSC. And all of this comes down to how fast a turbine spins in a power plant. That's what it's all based on. So in the States, a turbine in a power plant spins at 3,600 RPM, which comes down to a nice, neat 60 revolutions per second and 60 hertz, which is exactly the same as is required for their television standard. In Australia, our turbines spin at 3,000 RPM, which comes down to a nice neat 50 hertz and then 50 frames per second. So our television standards, even though they are deeply rooted in what we would call a mode of assertive communication, are actually deeply rooted in the technology behind them. In something as simple as how quickly do you get a turbine to spin? I will eventually move on to energy, but the energy required to fill those fields full of data and then to swap them out for new data every, oh God, 1/60th of a second or 1/50th of a second is massive. We consume a huge amount of electricity. We invest in power plants that supply energy at exactly the right number of oscillations per second so that we can pull this magic trick off, and so we can have the magic lamp sitting in the corner of our room, flickering images at us at just the right rate so that we won't notice the flicker in the images, and it will be perceived as movement and will then be perceived as having some kind of meaning in the world, which once again talks back to Tom's point. Where does this thing called meaning come from? Where does it reside? I'm not for a moment suggesting that this system generates meaning just because it can flicker images at us fast enough. Something else is at play here. But the fact that it can flicker them at a rate faster than our eyes can perceive, that's a useful kind of thing. Even if certain manufacturers tend to take it a step further than that. All right, I'll fess up to which manufacturers. When Apple first released their iPad, which had what was called a retina display, most screens up to that point in time, particularly those made by Apple, showed a resolution of 72 pixels per inch. That was as good as they got. That was as good as they needed to get. That was the internet. That's the way the world worked, and we were reasonably happy with it. Through their retina display, they could quadruple that. Almost 350 pixels per inch. Incredible level of resolution on each one of these images. The screens themselves refreshed at a rate of up to 150 frames per second. So, like, what we thought of as good quality images were suddenly left in the dust as these incredible displays occurred. Now, the one weird thing about this was, unless you had a raptor, unless you had a wedge-tailed eagle sitting on your shoulder and whispering in your ear going, dude, that's a crackingly good display, you would never know. It's way beyond what human eyes can perceive. So we did it anyway. We took these incredible technological leaps forward. Forward, difficult world. Simply to impress the crap out of a wedge-tailed eagle. I don't know why. Why would we do such a thing? And on top of that, then, where does all of the energy come from? Every oscillation, every change of state requires an energy to power it, to move it forward. Okay. Now, Herbert A. Simon, in an absolutely crackingly good book called The Sciences of the Artificial, suggested that it was a bad idea to use the methods and methodologies of the hard sciences when trying to explore the creative sciences, and particularly beyond just the creative sciences. Anything that was made by a human being was therefore somewhat artificial in its nature, and using the methods of the hard sciences to explore it was going to be deeply problematic. Now, this was a cracking breakthrough for design research. Suddenly, designers out there had a chance of saying, yeah, you can't bring the methods of the hard sciences to play with us because we do not match the quantity and quality of sort of information you're looking for out of the hard sciences. So using those techniques are problematic, to say the least. So have I just been toying with this? I just did a great, nice little walk through why it was. We had 25 and 30 frames per second, and no. I'm using some of these hard science terms for their metaphorical value, not for their methodological. I'm actually making here an ontological argument, not a methodological. And yes, those two are connected, but they're not connected in an absolutely straight line. Now, this is Grick's version of the way he sees research occurring. He says, now, I'm not overly fond of this diagram because the arrows in it are actually unidirectional. I would, in my own version of it, flow in both directions. But he suggests that ontology answers the question, what's out there to know? What is actually knowable? And epistemology is what and how can we go about knowing? So this, once again, comes back to Rumsfeld. Yeah. How do we know what we don't know? We have to ask ourselves the deep ontological and epistemological questions every time we approach research. Because once we have a handle on those, it will naturally flow down that we will then have a methodology that suits that logic. And from there, we will have methods. What are we actually doing? What are we doing in the field? What are we doing with our colleagues? What sort of information are we trying to gather? And from that, we will end up with sources. Now, even Grix says that this diagram is missing the bidirectional arrows. He said, imagine the situation, you're in the library of a university and you manage to come across handwritten notes from someone who appears to be, well, Adolf Hitler, where he's saying in there, you know, maybe the Jews aren't that bad. Maybe it's the Catholics. Maybe I got it wrong. You go, oh dear Lord. Suddenly you have got a source. You have got a source of information. And you now have to backtrack this entire model so that you come back to an ontological position that makes it worthwhile for you to have found this next piece of information. You can't just have a source. It needs to rest on deeper foundations. So even if your source is crackingly good, it's of no use to you unless it actually fits with your ontological and epistemological position. Okay. So did Herbert A. Simon go far enough by getting rid of the hard sciences? No, I don't think he did. I think he would have been far better served to have actually got rid of the laws of economics as well. Just to say, of course, to this day, a lot of our models of creativity, that thing that we would say defines us as human beings, that ability to create, we tend to explain creativity through laws of economics. And that's, to me, is deeply problematic. And it also leads to the base superstructure model of Marxist and neo-Marxist thought, which has been so deeply ingrained in us that it's actually hard to, it's hard to think of another way of dealing with the world. So there's a classic base superstructure model. Well, I fall down. Superstructure then is everything not to do with production in society. Education, family, religion, politics, media. Whoa. If you have a look at the list of goodies in the top blue box, it's what we call culture. It's what we are. And the base it sits on then is all things needed to produce. Machines, factory, land, raw materials, people's relations to production. And for all that Carl, like Harpo and Chico, were dashed clever fellows, do we really believe this anymore? Do we really believe that there is a base on which we can sit? In Newcastle, that was once a steelworks. It was once 15,000 people going to work at a steelworks. And it went away. And it did take a surprising amount of the culture with it. But it absolutely took that economic underpinning of a city away with it. Now, was that the end of Newcastle? According to this model, it sort of should have been. It's a model that lost its base, yet it wasn't. It absolutely wasn't. Suddenly Newcastle realised that it could be so much more than just another port city, just another city that made steel. It actually reinvented itself to the point where the largest employers of people in Newcastle are now employed in hospitals or in education. Completely reinvented it. And it had to do that basically, well, primarily because the base went away. It was no longer supported. It was no longer supported by the culture above it, which is a very unusual thing. Even though the arrows do turn in both directions here, part of the model here, which is frequently under-explained, is that the superstructure can indeed kill off its structure, its base. And that's a novel way of looking at this. So that the next time somebody tells you, or asks you, what's the purpose of the university? What's the driving force behind most universities? Anyone want to have a go at it? We would all love to say education, wouldn't we? Deep down in our souls, we would love to say education. Community.
Make money.
Making money. The best way to make money is
Leverage the car park.
leverage the car parks, real estate. There is not a university in Australia that doesn't live on its real estate. That's a horrible thought, I know. But that's where it's a nice solid example of where the superstructure is actually looking down at the base and going, yeah, you might be right for us now, but in the long term, I don't think that we can keep surviving being running a business based on the power of our real estate, which is what most universities do, unfortunately. All right. That's okay. This is a general thought about where energy comes from in a system. In a book that's coming out very soon, I hope, Entrepreneurship in the Creative Industries, and some colleagues and I wrote, we found that the vast majority of people who were successful in the creative industries completely ignored the base superstructure. Completely. As an example, the two men who invented Crossy Roads, the video game, absolutely ignored all of the economic advice for how to run a video game and make money in it. The easiest way to make money out of it is to allow your players to pay for upgrades, to pay for 5 minutes, yep, to pay for level increases. And both of the people who invented Crossy Roads, the game, are parents. And they went, I don't want that. I would rather my child develop some actual game playing skills and play their way through this game so that they can play well enough to earn an upgrade, not just lash out with some of their parents' dollars. However, as a way of surviving in the creative industries, what would you do? You would obviously want to get access to the parents' dollars. That's the fastest way to make a lot of money out of it, and therefore allow you to keep going and doing what you're doing. In the interview, these two guys said all they wanted to do was make a good game because they knew that there was a paucity of good games out there. So if they could actually make a good game, it would survive against all of the odds. And it did, to the point of making actually a ridiculous amount of money. Okay. Every system that we've talked about here fights against entropy, fights against the loss of order. And now, this is where life gets a bit weird, of course, and it comes back to my mate and his cat. He actually invented a term which was neg entropy or negative entropy. And you would think surely negative entropy is just order, which is what we're all aiming for. I have a suspicion that this was done in the same fashion that negative, well, imaginary numbers were created in mathematics. The square root of -1, for example, doesn't exist unless it turns up in a formula. Unless it turns up when you're working through something, you need to be able to give a value to this object. And that's an imaginary number. And that was exactly what they did. They just created a whole suite of numbers that had never existed before. and called them imaginary and gave them a little eye to indicate that they were imaginary. But they were useful in being able to work through particular equations and come out with a real concrete answer at the end. But it was only by going through imaginary numbers to get there. Negative entropy and Schrödinger, I suspect it was exactly that problem. He had examples of entropy in emergent systems where the only way he could actually solve the equation was developing negative values for entropy. And that's what actually drove the requirement for it. So just like imaginary numbers, this is an example of a model of creativity. Csikszentmihalyi's model reimagined by Susan Kerrigan. The reason I like this model in particular is because it actually puts creative practice right. It isn't a creative product. It isn't a poem. It isn't a song. It isn't a play that comes out of this model. It's creative practice. So that's a much bigger object than one creative output. But check out these words around it, which all have verbs in there. Selects novelty, transmits novelty, stimulates novelty. What provides the energy for that? That's my first big question. The one that's been annoying me all of my life ever since I saw this model and fell in love with it. Because it did all of the right things. It decentered the individual. It took the individual out of the creative process. It allowed for there being a system at work where the system was much more important than the individual. And the internalization of that system was even more important than the individual. But it had all of these verbs running around. And I went, okay, what powered those verbs? What gives them the impetus? What is the 3,000 RPM transformer that actually makes this system work? What is that thing? And this is where I think it becomes a question of metamodernism. Whatever the form of energy is, it has to work at the individual level. But it also has to be strong enough to work at the societal and the cultural level. Because this is a system that implicates all of those levels of creative practice into one model. Now, this is where I get a bit cheeky. Maybe it's an activity designed to reduce existential angst. Something designed to make existence more meaningful for us. And that will never be earning another $2.50 a week. So the base superstructure model certainly does not work in this. Getting rid of some existential angst would probably work for all of us. That seems to me to be the one source of energy which is an anthropological constant. Okay, thank you all very much. And I apologise for running a bit long.
Right? You don't think real estate could do it?
No, can't be.
Thank you, Michael. I'm still I'm trying to get my head around all those big concepts, but it was interesting what you said about the resolution of TVs because it made me think about how far below sea level a watch can go, and if it's 100 meters down, your head's likely to explode or you get the bends anyway. So who's it for? It's not for the eagle, it's not for the fish. And I'll talk about this a little bit in my presentation about the idea of a unique selling point and the idea of making money through something that is in essence arbitrary and useless as resolution and sea level. So thank you, Mark. So we will move on. Get out of this. Okay. And I will now introduce Shaun Wilson. So Shaun is a senior lecturer in digital media in the School of Design at RMIT University. For the past 3 decades, his work has evolved through miniatures, painting, cinema, and digital media to explore issues of place through a metamodernist framework. He directed and filmed the metamodernist feature film Black Garden, which I'd love to hear about when we have our break, and has worked across a range of projects in recent times that question the nature of contemporary art and the moving image in what he describes as an aftermodernism. His work and collaborative projects have been exhibited and filmed and screened in galleries such as the Tate Modern, and be ready for a whole bunch of letters. And so ACME and the ACCA, Basque Museum, Bilbao, and Scope Art Fair. Today, Shaun will discuss the complexities of epistemology beyond metamodernism in a structure of reason.
Just 1 second. I think you put it on not slide share. It's the thing.
Right. Yep, always let me know.
Thank you, everyone. I'm having microphone problems. As a film director, I get really cranky when actors do this. This holder. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming today, and especially Graham and everyone else who's organised the proceedings. It's never easy doing these things. And also to our online guests today, trying to get into the screen right now. Okay, my acknowledgement of country, I recognise the Wiradjuri people, ancestors, past and present, on the lands where we stand today. So I'll give this a go, no guarantees. So my talk today, and in true form, I decided to change the title slightly because I tend to do that. And I think, Sue, you've been working with me the longest, so you know what I'm like. My background is that I'm a visual artist. I'm a film director, academic for too long. And my main orbit is film, fine arts, contemporary art, etc. So that's what I'm going to talk to today, just in terms of metamodernism. So metamodernism means different things to different people. And what it means to me is essentially explaining the laws of reason, the laws of feelings, the laws of emotion, when it comes to, in my world, digital and organic. So the talk today is the complexities of epistemology beyond metamodernism in a structure of reason and beyond the pandemic. So here we go. Over the last 2 decades, we've come to the conclusion that the decline of postmodernism has concluded with something else that's not entirely related to a postmodern outlook or even a modernist outlook. It's something else, a metamodern. And I've been talking about metamodern version of since 1994. So I was an early adopter that recognizing that we had a talk by a tremendous Australian artist called Charles Green, and he was my lecturer, and I was at uni at RMIT, literally about 5 kilometres up the road from him. And he explained what postmodernism was, and we all thought, yeah, but that's not it. And we knew that something was changing. So and remember, this is 94. So from that point onwards, artists, at least in Melbourne, where we're standing today, we're starting to question maybe postmodernism really isn't exactly what we're talking about, but we didn't know what it was. And it's really taken, I think, probably to the start of the 2010s to actually understand what we were talking about. And all of us who talked about that before suddenly went, oh, that's what it was. Okay, now I get it. So as an early adopter, so to speak, of metamodernism, I'm at the stage now coming out of the pandemic, if that's what we can call it, where I'm going, yeah, but it's not really metamodernism. There's something else going on. So I'm back at that stage where I was as a 20-year-old, 21-year-old, 22-year-old actually, thinking, okay, what's going on here? So it's taken really a good 25, 30 years for people to work out exactly what is this thing called postmodernism, which then we replaced and then either called it neo-modernism or metamodernism. But we know that there's something else. So there's something brewing, and we know that, coming out of a pandemic, that things have changed. It's been a long 3 years. So the observations that I have are digressions from scholars, artists, writers, musicians, designers, philosophers, critics. Everyone's a critic, apparently, especially on the internet, who have all indicated that there's something else elusively different. And general consensus is that we are in the era of crisis, anxiety, and uncertainty. Put those. If, say, we examine the world of the 1990s during postmodernism's decline, we have a completely different social now. And the rapid mobilisation of social change has amassed an awareness of crisis and an urgency among citizens to do something about it through care and institutions who are trying to play catch up in small and timid steps. I won't even tell you what the government's doing because we'll probably get horribly depressed. And coming out of the current pandemic, one might argue that this has also changed our thinking quickly based on our knowledge of adversity. So we've come out of the pandemic and we hope it's the end. And we've all got a story. What were you doing during the pandemic? What did you think? What did you say? What did you experience? What did you have? What did you not have? And all of that has played a part in terms of feelings because we didn't really have much else to do if we were lucky enough to stay home and stare at a screen. And remember, many other people didn't have that luxury. And, it was coined, I don't know the theorist, but it was a panelist with Zek last year in August. And there was people that were talking about the pandemic was great if you had a job that you could actually stay home. But for everyone else, it was a very different pandemic. There was no stay at home. So there's this division that the pandemic emerged with. And if you look at, I decided to write a book about plagues and illnesses and looking at the philosophies and all of those things. Absolutely no idea about what I was writing at the time. But as it progressed, I started to think about the only way that I'm going to learn about metamodernism and the pandemic, put them all together, is actually go back to other pandemics. And it's always the same, where the rich or the middle class or the privileged live, and where most of the deaths come from are everyone else. So there was an equity there, and I thought, okay, that's a starting point. So we really are in an awareness of crisis because we know that things are terrible and so forth, but some of us are a bit more obliging than others in that case. So the idea then is that if we're so-called in a structure of feeling, then what do we do about that? So it's not so much inward looking in terms of the world has gone to shit and everything's terrible and we must do something about it. Well, that's nice, but in reality, there's something a lot different. So there's a crisis within the crisis. So there's crisis chasers, but there's also, there's an underbelly underneath that. So there's many things that metamodernism needs to start to tackle if that's indeed our current way of thinking in terms of the arts and critical theory and so forth. So the commonality that we have, and this is my observation. So I'm going to basically give you an opinion piece today. So there's not a lot, well, in fact, there's no quotes, and this is quite strange to me because I write very dense, very dry. So this is more of a conversation starter, but it is my observation, which could be completely different to yours, that it's common for people to be demanding of thoughtfulness in comparison to, say, what it was beforehand. More accepting of otherness, less tolerant of satire, and more engaged with the disengagement of 20th century pillars of heteronormative singularities, to embrace new, more enlightened ways of seeing that even 10 years ago would have seemed impossible. But that's not to say that things are all rosy, and they're far from it. It's actually getting worse than not. So in fact, many critical issues have become exacerbated, ranging from climate change, war, continued misrepresentation of gender, Indigenous recognition and so forth, and strong arms of international governments who disregard the rules of law and social order. But within ourselves and our societies, something's changed. There's a desire to make things better quickly. It's an attention to acknowledge feelings and authenticness in ways not yet remembered in living memory to the magnitude that we're looking at now. There's been an awakening. Now, it's not the first time it's happened. It happens, at many points in history. But there's a rejection of older ways, and it's become more exacerbated now. I don't know whether that's because we're this obsessed with software, and as soon as something's 6 months old, it's old and yucky, and then, of course, we have to replace it, which is just nonsense. But there has been an awakening rather, where meaningfulness is at the core of how we think as a modern and progressive entity, trying to be a civilized society. Remember that word, trying. But it's limited and in many cases blocked altogether. This, of course, oscillates between a rapid advancement of a postmodernity that I would argue that's now gone into metamodernity and has done so for quite some time, while simultaneously runs parallel to a monstrous disregard for democratic principles and others, as we've recently seen in the Ukrainian-Russian war, case in point. In quest for utopic and also fascist dominations is certainly not unique. Well, we're just seeing a rehash of history that's been happening for, at least the past thousands of years. But when both of these things run parallel in mainstream societies, this phenomenon of polarized extremities is unique in a position to observe, where if you take, for example, the 2020 presidential election, in which I was reminded by a distinguished professor at Harvard who said, quote, and he's asked me not to mention his name today, but I will mention the quote. The election was more about, and I quote, this putting out there, that make being an idiot great again was greater than the political debate at hand. And I thought, okay, interesting, especially in light of our last federal election in Australia. But what we know is something's happening. And it's been happening for a while, especially in art, especially in music and ethnography and so forth. And it's changing the progression of modernity in ways that have gone skew, at least in our field. So we know something's changing fast. We know that two extremities of facts and alternative facts are running in parts neck and neck. That large sections of our communities will vote for liars and oligarchs on the proviso of voters agree with them, even though they may acknowledge that what they're proclaiming is false. In the strange position where Baudrillard's All the Simulations become a documentary of sorts, which I thought would never happen, in that the threshold of moving between recognizing fake and the real is blurred, to not knowing if either are the case, we're starting to rely on a uniquely human trait of authenticness and a desire for it that's marred between hard capitalism, artificial intelligence, misinformation at scales that not even George Orwell could have imagined, the dismantling of civil liberties, the proliferation of lifestyle apps and internet caps. That's the internet. So the great moral questions we now have, especially in the past years of lockdown, have been opposites living in tandem. So there's usually two. You're pro-vaccine, anti-vaccines. And opposites are critical understanding contemporary critical thoughts in the fine arts, especially, and also in wider fields as well. So to put this into current perspective, we decline to support fast fashion, but still opts for the cheapest buy because inflation has pushed up interest rates. We want to fight climate change, but ignore that our social media feeds are exacerbating. We want ethical money, but ignore crypto work systems that are anything but environmentally ethical. And the other polarities, such as irony and post-irony, in context to what we observed with the pandemic, vaxxers and anti-vaxxers, conspiracy theorists and factual theorists, universal truth and a variable truth, and denialism and acceptance, to what I argue is an oscillation between a singularity and a relativism, in tandem without one influencing or disrupting the other, primarily because they're not listening to each other. But there's something very unique about your one or the other. Now, we've seen, especially in this country, if you go back to the 1960s with the Vietnam War, was very common to you are either for war or against. There was very few words in between. So we're back to these complexities, and that creates its own problems. This oscillation provides an affect known in metamodern communities as a structure of feeling, none the more prevalent than in the 2020s when we need it the most. Yet this other, this period of change that we know is around us isn't post, nor modern, nor modernity, nor post-modernity. It's different, and it's aware. It has an awareness. We have. We can sense it so much that J.J. Abrams' line from The Force Awakens, isn't it? That film that I acknowledge doesn't exist. There has been awakenings. Sorry, there has been an awakening. Have you felt it? I thought the trailer was a bit better than the other, but let's not go there. Seems an accurate fit to a resonance becoming quite complex. So what we know and what we accept is the work around metamodernism completed in the 2010s and beyond established a base to springboard from seminal books like Notes on Postmodernism, ending in recent times with Metamodernism, The Future of Theory. And they're two very different books, but they're quite intriguing nonetheless, and others. And there's some of the go-to books that we go to. Now, if I counted all of the I don't want to say the word quality, but if we went to books that were informative about metamodernism, there's not a lot. Okay, there might be 100, or including book chapters. It's not like postmodernism. You type in postmodernism, there's thousands of them. Okay, so we don't have a lot. So we're actually, us today, we're actually part of that very early adopters, that linkage, and that the words that we all say today will perhaps maybe gets traction, and we'll be writing books about it. However, in my journeys of metamodernism since the mid-1990s, which I'm happy to say over the past 20 years I've got completely wrong at times, it's because I like changing my mind, has led me to consider otherwise. So now I've noticed with all of this interest, good work with metamodernism, once the COVID pandemic hit, life in a post-pandemic world, which I'm hoping we're in now, if we've gotten that far, doesn't really feel all that metamodern. So we suddenly worked out what a structure of feeling is. It only took us 25 years to do it. But now we've gone, okay, we have a pretty good idea. We've got the compass. But now the role of the compass is to provide a generic, okay, that way is there, and that way is this way, and that way is that way. But, you know, if you're an artist, you're going to grapple with that in different ways than, say, if you're a writer, a political strategist, or a speechwriter, or the many different roles that we have. They'll take different aspects of that, like what postmodernism did, previously, and you can apply that to, you know, to whatever you do, but it's going to mean different things. So this is what it means to me as a maker. So it leads me to my next question. If it doesn't really feel, art doesn't really feel completely metamodern anymore, there's a question: is there another metamodernism, or is it just part of it? What's going on? And to put simply, yes, there might be. And I put the might in just in case I get completely savage today. It's what you call conference insurance. So quite possibly an other is kicking around. Not a replacement. I don't think you can replace metamodernism, not at the moment. But parallel, maybe. Or even thinking beyond. It's structured in what I will call a post-metamodernism, into the praxis of the post-metamodernism years, called as such because no one could agree with what to call it. So I don't really want to call it post-metamodernism because that implies other things. I just couldn't think of another name. You know, it was, sometimes I call it Barry. So if you ever hear me talking about Barry, it's true. I got so fed up with post and this and that and erists and periodists and all that stuff. I thought, screw it, let's start calling cultural periods names. Let's get a bit of structure of feeling going, right? So, you know, I had Barry and Cindy, which is named after a cat I once had. So I name all of the names after pets that I had. But, you know, Barry sounds better than Boo Boo, the cat. And God bless Boo Boo, he's a wonderful cat, actually. Or Marmalade, who ironically was Marmalade. So I can't agree with it, and I'm sure you could come up with a better job than I had. I can. But to discuss this, I have questions. I don't have answers. Okay, so today's not about answers, it's about questions. And I've got too many of them, and they're too complex and it's too uncertain. But yes, there could be another, and today I'm going to focus on the questions to make you think about that as well. So perhaps I'm completely wrong. Now, you don't hear that too often from keynotes, do you? Or everything that I'm saying could be completely wrong, but the fact is, it's true. Perhaps I'm completely misinterpreting metamodernism, and yes, that's also possible. Wouldn't be the first, which makes my job more engaging because I've always found disruption in a cultural sense to be far more productive than approval, and that concept really bores me. Because I hate when I'm popular, or if I do something that's popular, or if I say something that has approval or enjoyment or whatever it is, I get bored with that because it doesn't do anything. The only time that, if you look at, and my mother drilled this into me in the 70s, is that any time that there's been any great strides in, say, progression of women's rights, it never came about by sitting around and clapping your hands and being nice. It came by brute force, and it became by disruption. So it's the only way that these things could have progressed. And, you know, as horrific as it sounds, that any time that you have a cultural period, it's usually going to piss someone off big time for it actually to get noticed. Okay. And I think of my mum, my dear mum Pearl, who hopefully is listening to this, in, I think, 1974, she went into Myers, which is a department store in Melbourne, and she couldn't get a store card unless my father signed for it. And Sue's sitting over there gnashing her teeth, and so am I. And for me, that's, you know, as a child of the 70s, but, you know, a 50-year-old of 2023, that just sounds like some weirdo oppressive movie, but that was reality, and that's not too far ago. And for those of us who are around in the 70s, you know, that was just life. And, you know, I'm just perplexed and horrified that that was ever the case, but it was. So one of the great things about having a cultural period about feelings, about a structure of feelings, is we're actually getting some authenticness back in. So it's not structured in a bunch of, dead white men with a bunch of numbers on a flowchart on the wall. It's actually looking at what we need as a society to actually truly become a society, because we're not there yet, and I don't think we ever will. So there's something very interesting about, I think, metamodernism. It's, in my view, it's one of the first cultural, artistic periods that actually can give you more apart from brushstrokes or canvases. Marxist theories, that's something a little different, because that's political theories act a little bit differently to art. They influence them, but cultural periods basically embrace them and wash over them. And they're two different ways that you function. So for me, as an artist, as a film director, and as an academic, I would fail if I made something popular, but I would succeed if I made people think. Okay, so that's where I come from. And it's like the old joke of a philosopher, a psychologist, I giggle with this one, and a conspiracy theorist sitting at a bar. When the philosopher says, "What's the meaning of this joke?" the psychologist says, "Why is this joke not funny?" And the conspiracy theorist says, "This joke is not real." I too want to find out what the joke means, why the joke isn't funny, and why this joke isn't real or not, in as much as, is there another metamodernism? Purely because it's just interesting. Because it's important to me. It may not be important to you, that's fine, but it is to me. So my questions are questioning beyond the joke. For want of another word, that metamodernism doesn't quite add up to my questions. So I suspect there's a debate beyond metamodernism, and from what I've thought about, is differentiated by what I coin, and I'm hoping I did coin it. If somebody else coined it before me, then sincere apologies. I'll just steal it anyway. A structure of reason. I thought that was a really cool thing. And if you Google structure of reason in Google Scholar, I'm sure people have written that. Okay. I playfully claim these things, but if indeed I am the first, well, quote me. So from what I've observed in the pandemic and now in the near post-pandemic eras, there are two very different states of being, measured in what we've experienced, what we've learned from this experience, and how we put this knowledge into professional and domestic systems. On the latter, knowledge is the key to differentiating pre-pandemic and post-pandemic practices, and they're quite different, and so are we. So if we consider a structure of feeling, spot the film director. Actually, I don't particularly like Wes Anderson films, but I really love the colour. There's something about the colour I look at and go, oh, it's really nice. Now, I don't sit in front of Blade Runner and go, oh, it's really nice. Actually, I did in that whole saying. There's something about pink and I think dark green and aqua is just, I mean, it was an exquisite movie. You don't sit in front of the good and the bad and the ugly and go, oh, it's really nice. It's really pretty, isn't it? You don't say those things, but I can get away with it because I do write movies. So it's, it's like, well, what are you going to do? So now I've completely lost my spot. Oh my God, I feel like Sheldon. So in the context of where we are now, and that's probably a pretty good sign, we know we're somewhere and we're trying to find it. So the image that we can see, character looking through binoculars, that's essentially where we are now, because we've just come past the pandemic, hopefully, and we've got to figure out what we're going to do. So the knowledge that we gained in the pandemic, which was the feeling. So if you think of it, you're in 2020 and you found out, what do you mean I've got to be locked up in my house? Are you kidding me? And it was like this bad nightmare. And I remember I was, because I've got little ones, well, they're not little anymore, but I'm thinking, God, what are the kids going to do? What's going to happen? Because I wanted to comply, and I did stringently with medical advice. But at the same time, I'm thinking, hang on, is this like watching Handmaid's Tale? And my wife actually can't watch it. She goes absolutely berserk for about 4 weeks afterwards. Usually uttering profanities about Warden and Scott Morrison and the Happy Clappers. So yeah, we had all these emotions, and then we thought, okay, what are we going to do with this? And it's like sitting around at a party where you're snowed in, where you run out of things to say. So then 2021/22 comes along, and you're kind of overlooking at the wall, you know, going, why? And you get bored and you think, well, we've got to go on. But what are we going to do? That's the knowledge stage. So you got the emotion stage, which is the structure of feeling, metamodernism. Now we're into something else. And that's why I'm saying maybe we could be into a structure of reason here. Okay. And it's based basically primarily around pandemic. So what happens if we change the affect in metamodernism from a structure of feeling to a structure of reason? Oh, hang on. I'm just going to go forward for a bit. So metamodernism, at least in what I'm dealing in terms of art, looks like this. So we've got an oscillation of singularity and it's oscillate, irony, post-irony, Biden, Trump, Star Wars, these are not Doctor Who. They don't get on, by the way. This oscillation produces an affect that then comes to the party with the structure of feeling, and it's in art, it's an ontology. Okay, in other fields, it's a little bit different, but just to completely screw it up, same thing, but affect. Instead of looking at it from an ontology, look at it from an epistemological and knowledge-based arena, and it changes it to a structure of reason by logic, and that's gated. And feel free to nick this in your work, by the way. So that's the structure that I've got. And I'm already looking at it going, I don't like the logic. So I'm already starting to nitpick my own work, and that's kind of a healthy thing. But the way that I'm looking at a post-metamodernism, bearing in mind that, you know, I didn't call it Barry, right? Is that's the base to go, okay, would anyone like to comment on that? Maybe we could actually, you know, build it. So I'm not into the idea of I'll make a proclamation and say, there it is and you can't touch it. I go, right, here it is, go play. Okay, so that's essentially where I'm coming from. I'm just going to go back a bit. Okay. So at least in my lifetime, there have been many approximations called about the death of things. And we're going to go back now to the junction of postmodernism, because that's where metamodernism kicks in, or at least in part. And with these deaths of periodic instances in art and critical theory, and we've all heard these before, such as the death of painting. I don't know how many times I've heard video artists, which I am also one, say, oh, painting's dead. And I'll be going, no, it's not. They go, yes, no, it is. So they have all these big statements, and you think, oh, God, here we go. And then it goes on, it gets worse, because suddenly we have, oh, but it's the rebirth of painting. And you go, oh, I could have told you that. Then there was the death of postmodernism, the death of reason. DVDs are dead. Remember that one? CDs are dead. Cinema apparently was, well, it actually was dead during the pandemic for a while. It surprisingly came back. Disco is dead. I didn't hear that until last year. I got highly offended. How dare you? I like my ABBA. ABBA is great. TV is dead. That was a new one, etc. And frankly, from an epistemological perspective, it's absolute nonsense. Painting didn't die, didn't park it, and then that was it. We just have these brandings, and cultural theorists love brandings. They change t-shirts every bloody 5 seconds. But for now, let's examine the alleged death of postmodernism to keep it simple. So, as a critical set of values, postmodernism, even now, is alive and well. It's not dead. It never died. It never went away. Modernism's not dead. Modernism never went away. You know, go look at Australian galleries, for example, which is a gallery in Melbourne, and many of their artists are pure modernists. So we have this throwaway society that's, you know, it's all about you, and I think that's dangerous, and especially, you know, in my mum's case, who's now in the mid-70s, the society that she's in would like to throw her way too, which I just think is monstrous. So that we sort of geared up in this sort of capitalist society that we're in, or dark capitalism, where everyone's not so much got a price tag, but everything's got a use-by date. And, you know, I was raised and still think that you don't really get good at anything until you're at least 70. right? Because, you know, I mean, I'm 50, I'm just learning. But unfortunately, we're in this idea of new, and that goes back to modernism. Oh, sorry, modernity. So with this, if we consider a structure of feeling in context to a post-pandemic situation, then with this whole dead thing, it's probably a bad choice of words there, but it's emerged again. And I don't want to say that metamodernism is dead. That's just nonsense. So the first take home for today, everyone, is don't proclaim things are dead just because you might not agree with them in terms of, and I'm not talking about anything except, you know, the tools of the ideas that we use to make art or create something, whatever that would be. So as a set of critical values, postmodernism is, as we said, alive and well. It's just not necessarily used that much. So if you believe otherwise, frankly, you're delusional. These things don't go away. They're always there. You can choose not to use them or not. So I use postmodernism in part in my art practice every day and film practice. But the application as such and applying its logic as means to understanding contemporary times has been moved on by us. Not postmodernism, but by us. Things change, and that's fine. Ideas are always going to be around as long as they're recorded. Like the poem that we saw, you know, it's been around for a very, very long time, and it will be around for a very long time. You just don't have to read it. See what I mean? So one might describe this as a byproduct of modernity, where we're always looking at something that's new. And I have a problem with new because new's got a flip side. New smells great, especially new car smell. When I was a kid, when my dad used to work for the union, and every 2 years he'd get a new car and he'd bring it home. And the first thing you'd always do, you'd go straight to the back seat and go, and you'd smell the new car smell. It was great. Probably can't say that too much these days, can you? I loved getting toy soldiers and Star Wars figures in 1979, so 78. Not for the fact I was getting these things, but you'd rip open the plastic and then you go, and you'd always sniff your Star Wars figure. Kim's shaking her head at me going, you're really mental, Shaun. But that's the thing, you know, it's the smell things. So, you know, new is great, but new also implies a lot of things that are a little bit under the weather. So new has a fallacy with it, and new is certainly part of metamodernism because it's based on a shallow hierarchy of herd opinion. So just because opinions become popular doesn't make them right. Rather, it makes them more plausible and palatable as a temporality. So what we've got now is a romanticism, and that's essentially what metamodernism is. And anytime you have a romanticism in art, music, literature, etc., what you have is a getting back to emotions. And you're not looking at where things fit, you're looking at how things feel. So metamodernism is a form of romanticism, at least it's got skerricks, but it gets a bit sort of scattered. So I'm just going to flip through here. So here's the big example. I'm just going to flip through this a bit. So one of the great examples I actually even heard from people that are quote unquote related to me is that the COVID-19 vaccine, notice I didn't mention that. The COVID-19 vaccine apparently was a mechanism for the lizard people to communicate with you with a tin hat underneath 5G towers to communicate with Donald Trump, because that's what he said on the internet, because I heard it because my friend said that. Now, I'm quoting exactly, right? Exactly from something that was said to me and they believed it. And I went, okay, so we've got an oscillation. And so if you want to look at metamodernism's oscillations, look at COVID vaccine debates, what was going on. And, you know, we're all shaking our heads here. It was, you know, it was pretty, you know, out there. And so I thought, okay, we are in the world of oscillation and reason, but reason does things a little differently. So very quickly, I made a film called Black Garden that was going to be released in cinemas in April 2020. And guess what happened in March? And so I went to digital, and by the time the Capitol Hill riots in the States happened, that day I got 2 death threats because of it. And we had to shut the whole thing down because it's a completely miserable film. And if you ask nicely tomorrow, you might. But it was made with the structure of reason. And the difference is that there's an epistemology in the way that it was structured in terms of writing a script. Yeah, just watch the film. So have you seen it yet? You haven't watched it yet? How dare you? I work with Sue at RMIT. And I wanted to make it as the world's first Barry movie, right? The world's first Postman or whatever we're going to call it, because it had a structure of reason. And anyway, it didn't go down very well. It got me death threats, but it also got me notoriety. And I thought, that's pretty cool. You get death threats for a film that didn't shoot you. Thank you, God. And everyone else. So I learnt very quickly that there's some oscillation is really, really important. So the take-homes from my talk today are this. If you're going to release a movie that's having a crack at Donald Trump, don't release it in the States during Capitol Hill riots. That was done. But what we've got to do now with metamodernism, and then I'll close with this, is that we've got to realize that it's taken us 20 years to get to this point with a structure of feeling, but it's not entirely fitting into what we do post-pandemic, because we're about, okay, let's just get shit done. Let's take all the knowledge that we've got. Now, knowledge isn't in emotion. It's a different structure. What emotion does is produces feelings, structured feelings, Iglesias and art. But what we need to do is to move forward now to say, okay, what are we doing with metamodernism? And now reason is another way that we can apply, at least in art and at least in creative fields, a way that we can, you know, adapt things that we've learned, but also it's a different way of thinking because it's gated, it's more structured. So whether or not this is just me being weird, which don't underestimate that as well, or I'm onto something, I don't know. But what I want you to do is, as the take on, is to think about the idea that metamodernism is evolving, and it's not just what we read in 2010 or 2015 or 2023. It's a continuation of a dialogue, and that's the great thing about it, and that's why I'm really proud to be part of this particular movement and also this conference today. I think I've gone a little bit over time, but thank you for that. And I just thought, crap, has my microphone been on? We'll leave questions to later, but thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks, Shaun. We are at the point where we are scheduled to have lunch, so we might try to have one question and we'll see how that goes, but at least listening to your presentation, Shaun, I would say I wouldn't use the word barrier. This state of gender politics is that's not the way forward. I would also consider it, I would never use the term post anymore because I'm sick to death of them, just like you, it sounds like. But I think we could also think about metamodernism in terms of phases as well. So one of the central ideas of metamodernism is that when things go too far over to one side, and let's pretend that's with the lockdowns and stuff like that, people are forced to be with themselves and have a lot more overwhelming emotion, whether it's loneliness or, you know, love or, you know, wanting this kind of companionship. So, and overdoing it in terms of feeling starts to oscillate back towards reason, which is maybe, you know, something that you've been noticing. But it is kind of interesting. Let's try to have at least one question for our panelists since they're so generous to give their time to us. So would anyone like to ask a question? Maybe we'll start with, do you guys online? Is there a question you would like? Because we've got one ready to go here.
Probably stop sharing the screen.
Oh, if you've got someone ready to go in person, go ahead.
Brooke?
Really love those talks. Thanks so much. This is really for Tom. Thanks so much for your presentation. I love how you use Rumsfeld poem as a riff on the Johari window, which is the model from 1955 that was the work of psychologist, Joseph Lupton Harrington Ingham. So it's well known in the management circles that I've sort of worked in, where for my career, but linking it back to that chat GPT, it made me really think about the constructs or how it's the programmers who are designing the algorithms and making the rules that allow the chatbots to work. Do they need to be like, how does that link with, do they need to be sort of briefed on all the, form, feeling, and function, because it's the programming that's creating the chatbot. So if we asked it now to give us a riff on the Johari window, would it come up with what Rumsfeld said?
I got the second one there.
Like, what's the responsibility in terms of the programming that may reflect a sort of a metamodern element?
Yeah, there's thank you very much. So there's a public answer that I think we're all probably equal. We all have an equal stake in, and then there's more kind of an endogenous answer. But I think Michael might be better at this transfer. The position of the law is that if a Google Drive car crashes, that's with an asterisk, right? That car is on the market. But if a Google Drive car crashes, then it's not the robot who's legally accountable. Yeah. So there's some, at least under legislation, there's a shared ethical commitment to teach responsibility home to human actors, not accountable officers. When people are setting up bots like this, we have someone who's done that. So that there's reference to Michael and so I'll hand the microphone to you if Graham's okay with that. There's also that dimension that Michael touched on, kind of a base and superstructure reading that I think becomes. I think it's also really relevant to Shaun's talk about the pandemic and its effects. I was trying to think. I was trying to show how by disrupting our assumptions, ChatGPT is showing us things about our assumptions. Yeah. So my purpose in using it is quite specific, but it also shows us. Rumsfeld shows us things about our assumptions about the Johari window. That's kind of what you're getting at. When pandemic struck, universities and creative industries were almost singled out for punitive treatment, or that was certainly the way a lot of people viewed it. That's a contestable read, right? Universities and creative industries in this country, specifically around the job seeker program, but in many countries and in many ways, were not part of the base, were manifestly part of the superstructure, and therefore were left to sink or swim for a few years until we get things back together and a nice cultural art minister like Tony Burke can come along and give us an arts policy again. Yeah. I'm not really being personal. Structurally, that rather toxic assumption that base and superstructure played out, and that I think the disruption that ChatGPT is doing, the disruption that Hart Seeley does to Donald Rumsfeld's transcript by laying it out in verse, is analogous. We need to see. I'm not talking to me. I've moved on from being a scholar to being an opinionist. But we can see these things more holistically. It is the Johari window, and it is And it is Rumsfeld justifying why he doesn't know how many people are going to die and why you're asking me these troublesome questions about people whose orders, whose deaths will be on my orders. Yeah, that's a human answer. Do you want to hand on to Michael? Yeah, of course. About how you frame this stuff, because I think you're onto a really big thing at that last bit.
Just an example of my work that I did back way back when. I started with on Rieberg's assumption that we laugh every time a person behaves like a thing. Right? Not a bad formula for comedy. And I thought, is it true if we invert that? Do we laugh every time a thing behaves like a person? And a friend of mine at that time was actually sitting there chatting to Siri, and she said, Siri, tell me a joke. So Siri, of course, delivered the classic dad joke, guaranteed to not be offensive to anyone. Yeah. And she asked it 3 more times to tell her a joke, and everything was going on swimmingly. On the 4th occasion, Siri simply said, go back to work. I thought, okay, that's a thing behaving like a person that was enough to make me laugh out loud. And there is nothing false, there is nothing non-authentic about my laughter. It was real, it was heartfelt, it was gutfelt. And I thought, okay, so there's something really going on here. Now, with my 2 particular chatbots, I just programmed one of them to behave as comedian, the other one to behave as straight man. And so they read each other's lines and respond to those. And
but you were using banks of formula, of repertories of the sort of things that these people would say in circumstances like this.
Yes. So, which meant, did they understand what quantum mechanics was? Well, one of them did, and the other one had no idea what. All of a sudden there was this joke, and it ended up being a meta joke about the fact that one person didn't understand a single word that the other person was saying.
And that's probably, and that example that you gave is probably a great example of the difference between comedy and humor, right? So the unintentional humor of get back to work, stop asking me about my joke, versus the comedy of the performance is telling the jokes. We might try to squeeze in one last question, maybe from our online people. We'll have like 5 minutes, and then we'll take a break, and then Greg and Linda will help facilitate conversation with our online people. They've offered to do that, so I thank them for that. Do our online people have a question for our panelists? And feel free, so unmute yourself. We have a speaker here, so we'll be able to hear you. Anybody? Yeah.
So go ahead. You have something. I don't have a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Then we will break for our lunch, and I will leave the online discussion. If people want to come back and meet the people online, they're more than welcome to do that after you grab some lunch. But they will be facilitating a short-ish discussion. We'll be back at 1 o'clock to do our second session. So you guys will have about 30 minutes to have a discussion about Metamodernism, and you guys are welcome back to come and join it if you wish. But guys, we will be back in 35 minutes.
It's Charles Young, and it's my pleasure to introduce session 2 this afternoon. The session will be focused on arts and film and advertising. The first speaker is Dr. Sara James. Sara is a cultural sociologist and senior lecturer in sociology at La Trobe University. Her research focuses on social change, culture, and well-being. She is the author of Making a Living, Making a Life, Work, Meaning, and Self-Identity, and the editor of Metaphysical Sociology, on the work of John Carroll. The current projects include a media analysis of therapeutic discourses and a qualitative study of bibliotherapy. The presentation is entitled Her, Metamodern Romance for an Era of Uncertainty. Sarah?
Got my mic on. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'll just check online, folks. Can you hear me? Don't know that anyone's there.
Yes, we can.
There we go. Yeah,
Yes.
great. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thanks, everyone. And you can see
I'm
the-
here. I have my camera off because I'm making dinner, but I'm listening.
That's completely fair, Greg. Thank you. We'll allow it. Okay, so I'm going to talk today about metamodernism and contemporary romantic relationships. And I'm going to do it through the lens of the film Her, which was a Spike Jonze film from 2013. This paper is really a bit of a work in progress. So it's based on a chapter I wrote for an edited book back in 2018. And at that time, I was using the film as a way into a discussion about the idea of romantic love, the myth of the soulmate, and whether these ideas are waning when we have the introduction of online dating apps. So it drew mainly on Zygmunt Bauman's idea of liquid love and John Carroll's work on the romantic ideal in popular culture, as well as some empirical studies of online dating and online dating users. So when I wrote this chapter back in 2018, I'd only really recently been introduced to the idea of metamodernism by Graham, who was starting his PhD around that time. So it wasn't at all the focus of that original piece, but I did reference it in a footnote because I felt like the vibe of the film was strikingly similar to a metamodernist sensibility. So what I want to do here is revisit that work through a metamodernist lens, and also bring into the discussion Portland and McAllister's idea of jagged love, which we'll get to later. But let's just begin with the film. So Spike Jonze Her achieved both box office success and critical acclaim. It won Jones the Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay and a nomination for Best Picture. Her is set in the near future in LA. Joaquin Phoenix plays Theodore Twombly, a man who falls in love with his operating system, Samantha, voiced by Scarlett Johansson, and she's a more sophisticated version of Apple's Siri. Isolated and depressed after the end of his marriage, Theodore regains his enthusiasm for life through his relationship with Samantha. Although the premise ostensibly places the film in the sci-fi genre, it was promoted primarily as a romance, a Spike Jonze love story, the posters said. Peter Travers, in a review for Rolling Stone, called Jonze a visionary and the film a lyrical, soulful meditation on relationships of the future that cuts to the heart of how we live now. Many film critics commented on the originality of the film in shaping up the romance genre. In her review for the New York Times, Manohla Dargis called Her both a brilliant conceptual gag and a deeply sincere romance. Although the main theme of the film is the difficulty of connecting and the main character is depressed, it approaches this subject matter with a light touch. In fact, Her has many comedic moments, with the near future setting allowing for jokes at the expense of a culture that has become so reliant on technology. For instance, Theodore works for a company that writes letters and cards for other people, beautifulhandwrittenletters.com. In this reality, even the most personal of communications has been outsourced. It is seemingly absurd, yet Theodore takes his work seriously and is talented, and above all, he is sincere. The film feels metamodern as it expresses a sensibility that oscillates between hope and melancholy, naivety and knowingness, as Vermeulen and Vandenecker would put it, and we see Theodore experience these oscillations. This is particularly prominent in his attempts at romantic connection, which start promisingly and quickly disappoint. For example, lying in bed and remembering happy moments from his marriage, he tries to distract himself with some online chat room sex. This seems mutually pleasurable until the other user asks him to choke me with the dead cat, ruining the encounter for Theodore and leaving him unsatisfied and morose. He becomes hopeful again when Samantha arranges an in-person date with a woman she finds online. They initially have fun, but it ends badly, the woman having experienced multiple disappointments from men who just want to hook up and don't pull back. She confronts Theodore with this and he panics. Despondent, Theodore confides in Samantha, "Sometimes I think I felt everything I'm ever going to feel, and from here on out, I'm not going to feel anything new, just lesser versions of what I've already felt." So this experience echoes Bauman's concerns about online dating, leaving its participants feeling abandoned, and with each encounter experiencing diminishing returns in satisfaction. The introduction of online dating has meant that these episodes can be arranged more quickly than ever before. Websites emphasize the convenience of their service, what you want when you want it. The sought-after products are ready for instantaneous consumption. The individual is promised that they will be in control. For Bauman, when romantic encounters become rationalized to this extent, they lose their charm. His chief concern is that when people are reduced to products to be conveniently consumed, they are too easily discarded. Young singles today may flirt with more people in one night than their parents did in their whole lives, but they are, quote, famished for warm human togetherness. So for Bauman, contemporary relationships should be characterized as liquid, only ever until further notice and permeated by uncertainty. Other sociologists have argued that online dating is dominated by consumerist logic. Eva Illouz suggests that, quote, "The internet has radicalized the notion of the self as a chooser and the idea that the romantic encounter should be the result of the best possible choice. That is, the virtual encounter has become hypercognized, the result of a rational method of gathering information to select a mate. The longer people spend using dating apps, the choosier they become as they navigate the vast array of possibilities. Their tastes and ambitions become more refined. Klinenberg and Ansari call this the upgrade problem. There is always the possibility of someone better, prompting the user to keep swiping. Further, with the introduction of mobile apps, dating leaves the confines of ritualized in-person encounters and becomes part of mundane everyday experience. Scholars like Durs and Hayward suggest that we have entered an era of post-dating, where the benchmarks of dating cultures established in the second half of the 20th century are becoming irrelevant. Illouz argues that in these conditions, we can observe a waning of romantic passion. Uncertainty leads people to treat their romantic beliefs with a skeptical irony. She writes, "Modern romantic consciousness has the rhetorical structure of irony because it is saturated with disenchanted knowledge, which prevents full belief and commitment. Lovers today take care to maintain their own space, to keep their options open, and ardent passion is thus replaced by cool individuality." So Her explores some of these dynamics, showing the difficulties of connecting in the contemporary or the near future metropolis. Individualization is a key theme, emphasized by aerial shots of the city, juxtaposed with Theodore sitting alone on a bench or looking out of his apartment window, swamped by surrounding skyscrapers. The use of smartphones in the film is pervasive. People do not talk to each other on the street. Instead, they interact with their OS. The city feels clean and warm, but everything is too quiet. As Tom Shaun in The Guardian suggested, the whole thing looks like the most expensive ad for Urban Enemy ever made. The film is half in love with the loneliness it diagnoses. It is a glossy, romantic vision of loneliness. Aesthetically, the colour palette of the film draws heavily on soft yellow and rose tones, a little bit Wes Anderson, giving it a golden glow suggestive of sepia. As cinematographer Hoyt van Hoytma remarked, "Modern is often very sleek and very stark, but we didn't really want that. Part of that vision of the future was that modern should be very soulful and warm and tactile, and that's part of the reason we eliminated blue." Soft lighting and wardrobe contribute to this warmness. Retro clothing is juxtaposed with the futuristic city, with many of the shots of buildings and skylines shot in Shanghai. So, as I said, there's something reminiscent of Wes Anderson in the composition of the scenes and the use of bright colours. The films of Anderson and Jones have been described by James McDowell and others as quirky, an aesthetic sensibility that he sees as one of a number of sensibilities prompted by the metamodern structure of feeling. Quirky films share a number of conventions, but most pervasive, McDowell argues, is a tone that balances ironic detachment from and sincere engagement with films' fictional worlds and their characters. For instance, quirky films often both celebrate and lampoon their misguided protagonists. We see this in Her with Theodore Twombly's, at times, comic misadventures in dating, portrayed at once as almost pathetic but sincere. The film's key premise, that a person could love and be loved by an AI, sets this up: emotional commitment against the odds. Other scholars, including, of course, Vermeulen and Vandenacker, have pointed to a new sincerity emerging in film in the late 90s and early 2000s. Mayshark identifies Jones, along with a number of directors and screenwriters, as part of a movement he calls post-pop cinema, the label post-pop inspired by Jean Baudrillard's 1987 lecture on Andy Warhol, in which he argues that from pop onward, art would be stuck in a constant kind of recycling. So for Mayshark, filmmakers including Anderson, Jones, Richard Linklater, Michael Gondry and David O. Russell move beyond the irony, detachment and cynicism of much contemporary popular culture and instead offer a sincere take on how people struggle to find meaning in uncertain times. Their work, he suggests, shares a characteristic dry comic tone and light touch, but they are not nostalgic and they do not poke fun. Their, quote, stylistic manoeuvres are in service of the big questions about themselves, their culture and their times. While they acknowledge and confront the problem of disenchantment, they remain hopeful. I think it's questionable whether the diverse range of filmmakers identified by Mayshark constitutes a unified movement, and I'm more sympathetic to McDowell's suggestion that a number of distinct sensibilities can emerge from a shared structure of feeling. Yet what Mayshark's work highlights is the particular social context filmmakers of this generation experienced. Growing up in the 1970s and 80s in America, a period of rising divorce rates, the writers and directors in Mayshark's group create stories about love and family that are inevitably built on a foundation of doubt and self-awareness. Their films explore the difficulties of connection, generally leaving an open question as to how things will work out. The key question driving Her, which figures in all the various promotional trailers for the film, is about connection. How do you share your life with someone? As love stories, they, quote, reimagine romantic fantasy for a generation and an era that prides itself on knowing better. And yet, despite the uncertainty that pervades the films, they largely serve the affirmative role of conventional romances. In Her, while all of the relationships break down as the couples grow apart, the potential rewards of romantic love are portrayed as being worth the likely disappointment. As Theodore's friend Amy describes it, falling in love is a crazy thing to do. It's kind of like a form of socially acceptable insanity. We're only here briefly, and while I'm here, I want to allow myself joy. The film seems to suggest that despite the bleak reality, it is appropriate to proceed as if there is hope. A piece of recent empirical research captures something of this sensibility in its account of young adults' use of dating apps during the pandemic, specifically during the lockdowns in Australia in 2020. Based on interviews and focus groups and digital journaling, this research by Portland and McAllister details the extreme swings experienced by dating app users at this time, oscillating between faith and disillusion. The common pattern is for users to periodically invest a lot of time in using the apps, spurred on by the high of new connections, then after a short period to become frustrated and disillusioned by mundane, low investment chats and a lack of any meaningful connection. At this point, users would delete the app, but this was usually temporary and then the cycle would start again. Portland and McAllister argue that this cycle was accelerated during the pandemic. Activity became more frantic and frenetic, so like liquid love on steroids, as they put it. and they proposed the characterization of jagged love. One of the most striking findings of their research was that the participants' belief in the romantic aspiration of finding the one remained strong. Most users, they write, continued to implot themselves in a romantic narrative. Rather than showing cynicism toward Hollywood romance, some specifically mentioned the meet cute moment where characters are brought together by a chance encounter. While there was a desire for romance to be organic and to happen on its own, there was also a strong sense amongst participants that they were not the kind of person who could find romance without using the apps to explicitly seek it. This caused tension, and some found themselves caught between two opposing forces. So I'm just going to conclude now with a few questions and ideas I have for developing this further. I think this idea of jagged love, this oscillation between poles, a desire for sincerity and hope in the face of disillusion, seems particularly metamodern. And the participants in Portland and McAllister's study are much more optimistic than the accounts of Bauman and the other sociologists I mentioned before, who tend to emphasize liquidity, irony, and disillusionment. And for me, this raises the question of whether the experience of the pandemic and the 2 years of social distancing has led to a kind of shift or perhaps an acceleration of trends. So, for instance, the very slow move to remote work that was already happening pre-pandemic progressed really rapidly within a couple of months, with the idea of working from home normalized in that time. So I guess, like Shaun, I've been thinking through, are we in a different kind of era now? Does it all feel different post-COVID? One of the things the lockdowns and social isolation measures brought was a longing for connection, really brought it to the fore. And some of the perils of individualism and insecure work and relationships were brought into stark relief, and for many became acute. What we saw in the media was a championing of community and kindness, a nostalgia for pastimes like bread baking, knitting, and growing vegetables. While at the same time, we had this uptake in technologies like Zoom amongst groups who had previously not engaged online socializing before. So I guess what I've been thinking about is that while the new normal is still uncertain, should the pandemic be added to the list of events that herald the end of a postmodern mode of experience and the coming of the metamodern, so things like the GFC, terror attacks, or does this herald a kind of different era, some kind of new structure of feeling emerging along with the metamodern? Much has certainly been made in the media commentary about the opportunity of the pandemic for reprioritizing at the individual level, restructuring at the societal level. And so I guess I'm just starting to think about what will this mean for a prevailing structure of feeling. Just to try and tenuously bring it back to her, if her is set in the slight future, maybe the pandemic has accelerated our path towards this kind of reality, or it could have potentially shifted us onto a different track. Thank you. Yeah, sure, I can stand here.
Do we have any questions for the audience first?
Yeah.
And therefore making starkly visible a new sense of what is valued and what is not valued. Are the movies commenting on that as well? Are they? I'm not sure how, but what's the sense of how they're commenting on what they see in being valued? You know, in the isolated space.
Do you mean movies right now or movies back in her 2013 era?
You'd probably be interested in but I'm happy to ask about one.
Well, I should say that that film is not really my area at all. I guess my interest is more in relationships and work and how that's changing. But I do think certainly her is critical of individualism, certainly. But I mean, that's why I kind of read it as metamodern, because it's sort of hopeful in the face of that. I guess when I'm thinking about the pandemic, and I have to admit, I haven't been really across popular culture that well in the last few years, but I'd be interested to see the generation that's kind of making films coming out of this time, you know, maybe Gen Z young people now who have lived through it. Is it going to feel really different to these kind of millennial Gen Xers that, you know, Jones and Anderson and the others who were making films from that time? Yeah, that's such a non-answer.
Maybe you set up a strong leading line of really both a critical growth of loneliness and also a romanticising.
Yes, yeah.
And you can see that shows.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing I was thinking with your presentation is what will this whole new understanding of AI and ChatGPT and what it can do, how will that shift people's feelings about this? Because, you know, you've made me think this morning, why is the relationship with Samantha any different necessarily to a human relationship? So there's all of that to throw into the mix too. Yeah.
Hey, we've got a little chat thing there, so let's
let's look at the chat.
let's look at that. And I think that has. Did anyone on the in the internet, the ether, have any questions? No, we have another question here in Melbourne.
Hi, thanks for that. It was really great. I'm interested in having two teenagers and got one who's 19 who was, you know, that's coming out of teenagehood through the pandemic, and I've got the other one who's 13 who's stepping into that space. I'm watching how they're navigating relationships now, and I found that the 13-year-old is struggling a lot more than what the 19-year-old is. Have you got any, is there any sort of data, or have you been sort of anything that you've come across talking about this generation of teen who are going to be stepping into this space of online dating in person, and how they're going to be forming relationships?
I haven't seen any empirical studies of that kind of age group of 13-year-olds yet. I mean, the sociology literature is not necessarily that interesting on this. It's kind of, you know, they'll just sort of make the claim that there's good and bad consequences of online dating. So it opens you up to much greater opportunity, but for all the reasons that I listed before, it creates these problems around never feeling like the person you find is good enough, rejecting people, and then all the other problems that I haven't talked about today, like potential abuse and sexual violence and lots of other things, and all of that kind of stuff. So, I mean, most of the literature, which is about, I would say, not that I really like to talk in generations, but I guess the millennial generation is basically sort of saying there's pros and cons to it. Some sociologists argue that it doesn't fundamentally change the nature of dating at all. It's just shifting it to a new platform. I guess the people that I've highlighted in this are on the other side of the argument that when this becomes rationalized, and particularly when it's so marketized and it becomes a consumer exercise, then that does fundamentally change. But yeah, I guess the answer is nothing interesting as yet. You can tell me how your 13-year-old goes. Yeah.
Thank you, Sara.
Okay,
Please check. Please, thanks, Sara, one more time. Our next speaker is Graham Young. Graham is currently a PhD candidate in social inquiry at La Trobe University. His research focuses on the way advertising reflects broader social and cultural trends. In his work, Graham examines advertising as an art form. His interdisciplinary project covers topics such as economics, climate change, and politics, with a focus on how advertisements from organisations such as banks, NGOs, and political parties reflect a structure of feeling called metamodernism. Graham regularly works as an academic tutor at Trobe University and the University of Melbourne. His review, entitled Hope and Melancholy, an examination of Lars von Trier's Melancholia, was recently published in Screen Thought Journal. He is also on the editorial board of the re-established Altitude e-journal, and today Graham will present the third wave, metamodernism and environmental advertising. Right.
Let's make sure that I'm sharing the screen with everybody. Can everyone online see that? Okay.
Yep.
Yep, great. Alrighty. Well, it might have been a bit ambitious to speak as well as host this Metamodernism conference, but I will do my best. Basically, I'd like to talk to you guys about the third wave of environmental or green advertising and how this third wave, compared to the previous two, reflects metamodern sensibility. So even though we've had plenty of presentations so far, we haven't really touched much on the modern and the postmodern side of things. And I want to kind of expand on that a little bit for people online. They might be coming at it new or what have you. But basically, if we're going to understand metamodernism, it situates itself epistemologically with postmodernism, ontologically between postmodernism, and historically beyond postmodernism. And that's a quote from Vermeulen and Van Acker. But all of those epistemology, ontology, those are all very complex kind of words. And what does it actually mean for those things to be with, between, and beyond? So to dig into modernism a little bit more and understand what it is generally perceived as positivistic, technocentric, and rationalistic. Universal modernism has been identified with the belief in linear progress, absolute truths, the rational planning of ideas, social orders, and the standardization of knowledge and production. So, and what I will do is I'll show you an ad that basically highlights these kind of ideas to really kind of cut through some of the jargon. So with that in mind, we kind of have a bit of an idea about what modernism is, and now we can move to postmodernism. So postmodernism is, above all, a response to our increased awareness of the great diversity in human cultures, a diversity that calls into question the possibility of a universal or privileged perspective, and that thus values the juxtaposition of different perspectives and different voices, and a contemplation of connection rather than a subordinated structure of ideas that achieves a unified voice and a conclusive perspective. If we're going to understand modernism, that unified voice would be that white, male, privileged point of view, right? Whereas postmodernism, looking at people more individuals and their subjective experience, right? And the value of their cultures, and not privileging European or American culture. So knowing a bit more about what modernism is, what postmodernism is, we can return to what metamodernism is. Metamodernism oscillates between the modern and the postmodern. It oscillates between a modern enthusiasm and a postmodern irony, between hope and melancholy, between naivety and knowingness, empathy and apathy, unity and plurality, totality and fragmentation, purity and ambiguity. However, and this is what I pointed out with Shaun, one should be careful not to think of this oscillation as a balance. Rather, it is a pendulum swinging between 2, 3, 5, and 10, innumerable poles. Each time the metamodern enthusiasm swings towards fanaticism, or let's say being overly emotional, gravity pulls it back towards irony or reason. The moment its irony swings towards apathy, gravity pulls it back towards enthusiasm. So it's this kind of constant cycle, which is why it might be better to understand it as Metamodernism 2.0 or the second, third, fourth, whatever phase of Metamodernism. So we come now, and this informs my PhD, is the threefold threat that the Mullen and Van der Acker thought basically made Metamodernism emerge. So they claimed that it emerged out of the financial crisis, the GFC, and the outcome of that, socially speaking, was this collective loss of trust in the economic system, which, if you look at the advertising of banks, you will see one of the big kind of sentiments that they use after the GFC is trying to win back trust, trying to get people back on side and say, listen, we're not so different. We're trying to help you. You're trying to help us. We're all in this together kind of thing. So there's that element of unity and totality to those kind of messages. We'll be focusing today on climatological uncertainties, so environmental and energy crisis. And what I've noticed in my research on that is a very clear changing message, which is what I'll show you guys. And then the last is political instabilities, failure of the third wave, which was basically a left-leaning capitalist system, whereas traditionally what the third wave was, it emerged out of the far left, so far more socialist, but basically they sort of moved more towards the right wing. So they understood the value of the economics of things. And basically that failure of third way politics led to increase in polarization, which you can see through things like the rise of populism. So we'll move on to, I'll briefly mention why advertising compared to things like film or novels or anything like that. And basically, according to McLuhan, historians and archaeologists will one day discover that the ads of our time are the richest and most faithful daily reflections any society ever made of its whole range of activities. And really, you can see in ads social and cultural ideas being communicated, right? So one of the things that some people may notice in ads is that there has been an emergence of multicultural relationships, and that kind of basically communicates that those multicultural relationships are fine. They're part of the norm. It's no big deal. Whereas prior to, let's say, 2000, a lot of the time it was just heterosexual white relationships, right? So we're seeing far more diversity emerge in ads, which basically reflects the diversity of contemporary society and culture. So we'll move on to understanding what the first two waves of green or environmental advertising was all about. Basically, the first wave was all about conservation and protection. So if you guys can remember back to, I believe it was 1966 to about 1991, we'll see in the next slide. But those ads were very much about protecting animal and plant life and, you know, clean air, getting rid of pollution, that sort of stuff. In the second wave, the major concern was global warming, right? And so they started using all of these disaster narratives, which you can kind of see on screen. So smog, wild storms, bushfires, stuff like that, right? It's the, you know, it's the imagery of climate hell, essentially. And so I'll talk a little bit about why each of these two waves, how they began, what they looked like, and why they failed eventually. So the first wave started about 1966 and lasted until about 1991. The environmental movement first kind of really started with Rachel Carson's The Silent Spring, which was published in 62, I believe. And basically she called attention to the way pesticides were filtering through the environment and then in turn poisoning the people who were eating, say, the crops, or then poisoning, you know, they would poison the insects, which would poison the fish, which would poison the birds, right? So she really drew attention to this very tentative, very fragile relationship with the environment. So you change one little thing and the rest kind of deteriorates. So primarily concerned with pollution and conservation, this kind of first wave pushed for large-scale regulations and legislation through grassroots socio-political activism. So this is kind of the period where Greenpeace, Sierra Club, WWF kind of emerged. Basically, you know, going back to Michael's point about the resolution of TVs, right? So advertisers realized that their products, if they were environmental in some kind of capacity, provided a unique selling point, right? So you could sell more of your product if you said it was environmentally friendly. So unfortunately, the movement suffered setbacks under Reagan and similar kind of Western administrations' policies of deregulation, which was all aimed to increase economic production. However, saw a slight resurgence following the introduction of the idea of sustainable development. Before getting to why it failed, we need to understand what the idea of greenwashing is. So it is a practice that makes an intentionally unsubstantiated, misleading claim about the environmental benefits of the product service, which makes it sound more environmentally friendly than it is. And there are plenty of examples of that. But the possible decline of this first wave of environmental advertising is the consumer backlash. So they discovered that the products weren't really that environmentally friendly, and they would write to people and say, it's not good enough. Increase government legislation, increasing advertising regulations. So there was more standards. You couldn't say it's environmentally friendly if it wasn't, right? The next wave was fundamentally influenced by the inconvenient truth. So the inconvenient truth really started that kind of narrative of climate hell. And that kind of message and those kind of imageries were taken up by those advertisers and put into their messages. And so the primary concern with that second wave of advertising was ozone layer, greenhouse effect, global warming. But then when you get towards the end of that, the noughties kind of decade, the terminology which you can see in relative kind of keyword searches that people were using to look up these topics was that at the first half of that decade, it was global warming. And then right towards the end, there was a change to climate change. So we will continue. And this basically is just a graph showing that people started using the term climate change versus global warming. And there's some reasons behind this. So global warming linguistically is very particular type of phrasing, like it refers to something unpleasant. Whereas so warming, people don't like being warm. Whereas climate change is just something that seems more kind of natural and benign, where global warming is something unpleasant and you don't want that to happen. So this kind of change may be an indication, which I'll help track as we go. So possible reasons for the second wave's decline was possible, so failure of carbon market scheme. So you can think back to Kevin Rudd's carbon tax that completely fell on its face, global financial crisis. So potentially when there was less money going around, there was less incentive, like people were more concerned about their own survival versus the survival. The failure of the Copenhagen Climate Summit. So people had big ambitions for that summit and they just didn't live up to it. But my argument is more that the type of narratives that were being communicated were just too depressing and paralyzing for people to really take up action. And I'll show you an example of them. So these are second wave and what I would consider postmodern advertisements. So, you know, they really lack hope. They're very pessimistic. You'll see one of them super ironic, right? So those are all very postmodern kind of characteristics. So we will start with Beautiful Day, 2007.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine? It's a neighborly day in this beauty wood, a neighborly day for a beauty. Would you be mine? Please won't you be my neighbor?
Fairly obvious how ironic and kind of postmodern feeling that one is. This next one is pretty grim, so be warned. So pretty depressing and very upsetting ad. And if you're shown enough of these, the anger that it provokes dissipates, you become numb to it and you become apathetic to that kind of problem, right? So it may be effective in the one instant, make you angry and want to change something. But if you're constantly being shown stories like this, it really, you know, makes you paralyzed and upset and angry, and you know, you just don't want to do anything about it. The next one I'll show you is Space Monkey. This is an example of a Metamodern ad, in my opinion, and I'll explain that when we get there.
At last, early in 1961, the blue-gray space capsule is ready to take its place atop the launching rocket. The flight plan calls for the Redstone to propel the chimpanzee into the heavens.
Sweet mother, I'm coming home. mother, please hold me tight. Oh, mother, please hold me tight. 'Cause mother, I need some help tonight. Mother, I need some help tonight. And what went wrong, will soon be right. Oh, mother, please hold me tight. Oh, mother, please hold me tight. Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing? Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing? Your love is everything. Your love is everything. Heart and soul. Heart and soul. Breath and skin. Breath and skin. Your love is everything. Your love is everything. Oh, mother, this world is strange. Oh, mother, this world is strange. Love me, mother, and make me brave. Love me, mother, and make me brave. In my dreams, or on this stage. Oh, mother, this world is strange. Oh, mother, this world is strange. Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing? Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing? Your love is everything. Your love is everything. Heart and soul. Heart and soul. Breath and skin. Breath and skin. Your love is everything. Your love is everything. Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing? Tell me, mother, can you hear me sing? Your love is everything. Your love is everything. Heart and soul. Heart and soul. Breath and skin. Breath and skin. Your love is everything. 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 Your love is everything.
So it still ends fairly bleakly, but because we lost so much time trying to set up again, I'll just kind of reel off a few things that I've noticed which make it metamodern compared to postmodern, which is that there's that modern idea of hope and enthusiasm through the technocentric kind of idea at the very start. So that start was basically a documentary, so it's a real life film that you can watch about the space program. And it's all about, or this is implying the, exalting mankind, the linear progress, things that, just keeping on getting better, right? There's also this idea of ideal social orders, where it's the men who are, working on the space program. It's not, you see no women. Right, so it shows that ideal social order of the modern time. There's also this sense of naivety and knowingness, which is that the naivety comes because the chimp wants to get home to its handler, right? But it's been 65 years, the guy's probably dead, right? So, but we have that internal feeling, it's like, oh, it would be so nice for those two to reunite. And there's also this idea of knowingness that comes in. So when he lands, that was not an accident that happened to planet Earth, right? It was man-made destruction. They wiped themselves out, right? So we have this sense of naivety and knowingness and the interplay between them. There's also this idea of empathy and apathy. So we empathize with the chimp. He wants to get home to its handler. If you've been separated from a loved one, you kind of have that. You know what that feeling is like. And you have that apathy at the end because, or a touch of it, shall we say, when you see the destruction of Earth. There's also the idea of unity versus plurality in the sense that it's not a planet, it's a home. So people would sort of come to some consensus about what home is, and it's very unifying idea that all of us probably share a sense of or a feeling of home, but you know, it's home to 7 billion people, so there is this kind of plurality to that unifying feeling. There's also totality and fragmentation. So the Divine Mother is this kind of epistemological framing device, right? So we can think of that Divine Mother as Gaia or Mother Nature or whatever it is, but she is some divine, omnipotent kind of deity, right? And you know, if you watch that ad carefully, this light that shines on the chimp here, so you can see in the earlier picture, it's in shadow. So when he speaks to that Divine Mother, she does give him strength and bravery and kind of gives him that. There's also the idea of the subjective postmodern view. So you see through the eyes of the chimp versus the kind of Divine Mother, which is looking out over kind of everything. Also the idea of purity and ambiguity. So mankind being ambiguous, their ambitions may be exceeding their reach or they cause their own destruction, whereas the Divine Mother is purely good. You can also see the oscillation. So the very first that newsreel is optimistic, and then we see the offside, which is those, you know, that poor chimp, they shot him off into space and now he's been lost for, you know, 65 years. So it goes from optimism and us having that modern mindset to postmodern being pessimistic and thinking, oh, that poor, hard done by chimp. He sees Earth, it goes back towards hope and thinking he's finally going back. And then melancholy because the place has been destroyed. So there is that kind of oscillation within that very kind of short space of time, which is why I would consider it more Metamodern than any of the two kind of combined. But I'll end there. It's apologies for the difficulty, but
Thanks, guys. I've got a few things to say. First of all, thank you for a wonderful talk. It's unfortunately about the technical issues that do happen. Fortunately, it's really organised and not stupid. We need to thank Graham once more, but we also need to thank him for organising the conference.
I think you're good to go.
Okay, so I'll give you an introduction. Third speaker is Sue Beyer. Sue is a digital media specialist, artist and curator who has over 20 years of experience in the digital media and fine arts industries. She has worked with key practitioners and performers and has screened internationally at Tier 1 galleries and festivals. She is currently an RMIT PhD candidate and editorial advisory board member for the e-journal Altitude and sessional lecturer with the School of Design at RMIT in Melbourne. Her presentation is entitled Xanadu, a place where nobody dared to go.
Okay, this is my first conference. I'm just going to be reading my paper nervously. So, okay, I'll get started. Okay. So this working paper proposes that Xanadu is one of the first mainstream examples of metamodern film that wasn't accepted by the Academy at the time because it broke convention through the use of plot and story elements and a relativism that oscillated in opposition to each other. Popular culture has long been used as a point of reference in design and visual arts to talk about current debates and practices. The film Xanadu, which has been largely ignored and has no existing research linking it to metamodernism, has been chosen for its free juxtaposition of genres and apparently incompatible mixtures of aesthetics and cinematic tropes of the day to ask the question, is Xanadu one of the first examples of metamodern film? Ebert, a respected film critic at the time, panned Xanadu
saying that it I know, right? Says that it tries to be all things to all audiences and calls the use of a wide range of influences in the movie a shopping list. Looking at Xanadu using a metamodern lens, the oscillation between different ideas, genres, and themes creates an ironic tension described by Van den Akker et al. As being a part of a metamodern structure of feeling, and reflects ideas of the quirky discussed by McDowell. Ebert reduces the movie down to two men who are in love with the dream girl but team up to renovate an old sports arena into a nightclub, and then simply goes on to describe scenes in the movie. He is looking at Xanadu through a limited filter and ignores the important themes of transformation and the in-between, or liminal space, that are used throughout the film. Oh, my text is not working. Oh, anyway, okay. So, when seen through a metamodern lens, the movie's predominant themes of transformation and the in-between are created through a quirky use of in-betweens, or oscillations, between the past and present, heaven and earth, before and after, and a neo-romanticism that firmly aligns the film with the main premise of metamodernism, which is an oscillation and simultaneity between and beyond geometrically opposed poles. The main storyline of the movie is the creation of a kind of utopia, where past and present join to create an ideal future for the main characters of Kira, Olivia Newton-John, Sonny, played by Michael Beck, and Danny, played by Gene Kelly. Some examples of these oscillations occur during a scene where Danny reminisces about an old flame who he remembers dancing and singing with, and he dreams that he is with her again in the room he is sitting in, placing the characters in an in-between place where he wishes he was currently. Another example is the idea of Kira, a heavenly muse existing between heaven and earth to inspire Sonny, until they get permission from Zeus for Kira to be with Sonny indefinitely. It is not clear if this decision transforms her into a mortal woman or if this places her as a type of chimera, part otherworldly muse and part human. There is also an overarching idea of the venue that was once used for wrestling and is now deserted and in limbo, being transformed into a roller skating disco wonderland known as Xanadu. At one point in the movie, they literally join modernism with postmodernism to create something new in a sequence that amalgamates a 1940s swing band with a 1980s synth band in a mashup style. All of these examples use the idea of being on the point of transformation, being in the other or liminal space. They oscillate between one or the other until they move beyond and transform, which is the basic premise between the idea of metamodernism described by Storm, when they talk about the meta prefix, primarily suggesting a higher or second order position beyond postmodernism. So quirky is described by Waite as being eccentric, idiosyncratic, unconventional, unorthodox, etc. My favorite word is zany. That totally encapsulates what Xanadu is. The attribute of quirky is discussed by McDowell as being something that contributes to a metamodern structure of feeling, and which they define as having a number of conventions, a modal combination of the melodramatic with the comedic, a mixing of comic styles such as deadpan, comedy of embarrassment and slapstick, a visual and oral style that frequently courts a fastidious and simplified sense of artificiality, and a thematic interest in childhood and innocence. Some examples of these attributes are evident in Xanadu, predominantly through the use of musical theatre tropes, such as the 11 o'clock number, the song near the end of the movie that ties up the plot's loose ends, combined with the big finale crowd song, spontaneous choreography, and the dream ballet scene, created through the use of animation in one segment of the movie. The combination of the melodramatic and the comedic in a scene where Sonny rides his bike off the edge of a jetty while people shake their heads in amazement and laugh at his zany antics. A thematic interest in childhood and innocence may be seen through the use of animation in one segment of the movie, and Olivia Newton-John's character Kira has an innocence about her, while simultaneously taking responsibility for her role as Sunny's muse. Finally, the movie has aspects of fastidiousness in the choice of actors, costume, and musical score, combined with moments of clunky choreography, awkward behind-the-scenes shots, and bad lip-syncing that help make Xanadu quirky. As a side note, the movie is also known for its inclusive choice of actors that can be seen in a number of the main sequences of the movie, which also adds to the feeling that the movie was ahead of its time. Xanadu was released just as music was moving from punk to new wave at the very beginning of personal computers like Apple and Commodore 64, and the year prior to MTV's first episode. The visual style of the movie could be compared with the music videos that were popularized on MTV in the early 1980s and draws upon the zeitgeist of the time. Looking at the film from a metamodern viewpoint, the movie also defines new aesthetics through the use of synthwave and new wave visual aesthetics that are characterized through the use of 80s style color palettes and graphics that feature neon, and push the boundaries of aesthetics and production design at that time through the use of blue screen technology that was also used on The Empire Strikes Back. So as part of a reflective art-based practice, this research uses the film to begin exploring ideas described as a metamodern structure of feeling. Preliminary findings suggest that Xanadu's rejection of the status quo through the use of tropes, genres, and ideas that when seen through the lens of metamodernism are now evident in the structure of feeling and new aesthetics could be compared with Manet's painting Luncheon on the Grass, because both created a new aesthetic that was out of step with what was happening at the time they were created. Manet was a French artist who created controversy by daring to defy the French Salon, a group of powerful critics who dictated the standards of art at the time. According to Nikki, for an artist, you simply had to be there. There was no place to succeed like Paris in the 19th century, and no place was more important than the Salon. In the painting, you can see three figures seated. The model on the left, the artist's brother is on the right, and a friend of Manet who was a sculptor is in the background, and the person in the very background is unknown. They are casually gathered in a park, maybe having something to eat and talking. Nikki says that the public found this topic shocking, not for its subject, but because the figure of the woman in the foreground was nude, surrounded by fully dressed gentlemen companions, and that there was no sense that this nudity had symbolic overtones and carried a higher meaning. If anything, with the contemporarily dressed men in the foreground, there can be no doubt that this was not a myth and certainly not a religious painting. This painting broke conventions of the day and was considered amoral. The criticism that Manet endured was devastating for the artist at that time and also destroyed the model's reputation, who was also an aspiring artist. The work did end up being sold, but for a quarter of what the artist originally wanted. So a comparison could be drawn with the money Xanadu earned that covered costs of production but was considered a flop because it only made $2 million, a fraction of what a film needs to make to be considered a success. In addition, the soundtrack album ended up being a complete success, but was looked upon as being separate from the movie. So another comparison that is interesting is Manet's work was exhibited at the first Salon of the Rejected, sanctioned by the French government and Emperor Napoleon III in 1863. There was a large attendance of people who came to mock the paintings, some of which were truly bad, but also included works by Whistler, Cézanne, and Pissarro. Manet's painting had to be hung high on the walls to prevent jeering onlookers from throwing things at it. Critics were cruel, with the Salon described as being akin to Madame Tussauds Chamber of Horrors. This forms a parallel with the Golden Raspberry Awards, a parody of an award show that focuses on worst in film, of which Xanadu was one of the first nominated movies. There you go. There is an ironic tension between being a failure in the past and becoming a cult favourite in the future. Xanadu being overlooked, rejected by the mainstream, and being labelled a failure in the past, only to be celebrated for its quirky uniqueness. To become a cult favourite in the future creates a sense of irony. So the main examples of transformation in the in-between that drive the movie are the transformation of the painted mural into real life users, with the wall itself being a liminal space, the venue that is transformed from an abandoned dump into a nightclub, the transformation of Gene Kelly's character from Danny from an old washed up band leader into a cool nightclub owner, and finally, the transformation of Sonny's life from disgruntled commercial artist to nightclub owner. The in-between has a connection with the idea of oscillation in that it is neither one or the other, but on a threshold before it moves on to becoming something else. So this liminal space is created through oscillation. In addition, the film itself is in between and other in terms of being a forgotten source of information and entertainment that has been left behind by audiences, and could be argued that Xanadu is an early example of metamodern cinema. So this is a work that I made called Xanadu Slippage. So as part of a multidisciplinary approach, my art focuses on ideas relating to instruction-based art, sensory thresholds, transformation, and the in-between. From a young age, I've been fascinated with the magic of computers, programming, and the internet. When I first became interested in computers, they took on a metaphysical aspect for me, hinting that all the answers were available if you knew how and where to look. Trying to figure them out and the way they work is a bit of an obsession for me. So in my work, the computer or program is an interface or transformative space. The example of work I'm employing for this paper is a looped MP4 titled Xanadu Slippage that references a copy of the original movie file. Data moshing techniques were employed to generate glitches in the digital file to create a slippage, revealing the in-between or the materiality of the digital file in its unraveling. So data moshing is a post-digital technique that Betancourt defines as a specific name protocol in which a video file compressed using MPEG-1 has crucial image data removed, resulting in a cascading failure as the motion data is not refreshed with corresponding image data. So using post-digital techniques, this work is looking at the original movie through a metamodern lens and reveals themes in the movie that closely relate to ideas of the in-between, otherness, and transformative spaces. Xanadu Slippage trips and stutters, not resting in one place, but oscillates in between. The looped MP4 is a negation of negation. That's a quote from Storm. Embracing the oppositional aspects of the movie with ironic sincerity and contributes to a metamodern structure of feeling. It is asking what comes after the creation of something, maybe further transformation. This work addresses metamodernism through my own combination of ironic sincerity when making this work and presenting it to viewers. This also connects the work to McDowell's ideas on quirkiness as being a tone that balances ironic detachment from and sincere engagement with film's fictional worlds and their characters. I am simultaneously joking, cringing, and being sincere when I reference Xanadu in my art practice, as it meant a lot to my 12-year-old self, stuck on a farm in regional Queensland in the late 70s, and then the 1980s as a teenager. And I see a lot of value in the themes of the movie. This cringe value is what makes the movie so perfect in its imperfections. I look back on this movie with romantic nostalgia and reflect on a time that as a prepubescent girl who was hopeful and idealistic, and how this movie contained all the things I was interested in at that time and still are. Roller skating, Olivia Newton-John, and movie star crushes. Therefore, it could be also said that the work has a neo-romantic aspect, which also helps to create a metamodern structure of feeling. So the work contributes to the field as part of an emerging debate about metamodernism and addressing the problem of when it first began. While this research recognises the established idea that metamodernism is reaction to meta-crisis of the late 1990s onwards, Xanadu Slippage crosses this boundary through a representation of a period of overlap that trips and stutters its way, not resting in one place, but oscillating in between. The outcome is a looped MP4 that aims to create a negation of negation, embracing the oppositional aspects of the movie with ironic sincerity. So, okay, next. So themes in the movie Xanadu reflect the structure and feeling of the day and contribute to effect in a sincerely ironic and quirky way in 2023. Manet's rejection by the establishment and critics of the day can be compared to the rejection of Xanadu by critics in the 1980s, only to be cherished many years later. The film has never been analysed or critically looked at using a critical framework, and I believe that more thorough and specific comparisons need to be made on the subject. Using an informed naivety when looking back at Xanadu through a metamodern lens, the oscillation between different ideas, genres, and themes creates an ironic tension between sincerely appreciating this movie for the way it affected my life at the time, despite how badly the film was made or directed. Growing up in regional Queensland with boomer parents who watched musicals on the ABC every Sunday and constantly played the soundtracks to West Side Story in Oklahoma, the theatrical tropes and cliches of Xanadu were nothing out of the ordinary and seemed perfectly natural to me. So this working research represents a way to begin visually looking at the overlap of the end of postmodernism and the move into metamodernism by overcoming and moving beyond the obstacles of postmodernism through the development of a method that specifically recognises undervalued and forgotten cultural products of the past. Yay! And there's all my references.
Takes me back to our video.
Oh no, RIP,
Perhaps one quick question. What I suggest we do is to go and grab a cuppa and cake and bring it back by 2:30. We'll try and keep on schedule for that last segment. Anyone got a quick question? If not, yes.
Gentlemen, looking into this second, I think we ask the details of the memorial service of Living News.
Oh.
The basics of it, featuring Delta.
Oh no, you know that she didn't actually like that movie, the Delta Distribution thing? Yeah, there's a bit of controversy.
Okay, please join with me in thanking all the speakers for this. For those around the world, we'll be back in about 5 or 10 minutes. See you then.
Oh my God.
So Greg, we'll just we'll mute it and come back in about 10 minutes, all right? Sound good?
Okay.
Okay, hello everyone and welcome back to our third session for the day. We have two presenters and up first we have Kim Percy. Kim is an art practitioner, curator, communication designer and educator. She has 30 years of professional and academic experience. Her art practice primarily concentrates on digital photo-based works, public art, installations and exhibitions. She has exhibited in New York City, Sydney and Melbourne, been represented in several notable festivals, including the Biennale of Australian Art, Head-On Photo Festival and Ballarat International Photo Biennale, and was a finalist in a number of prestigious awards, including the Bowness Prize at MGA. Over the years, her art practice has focused on water and ecological issues, questioning forced global population migration and exploring identity through the lens of motherhood. She is currently a PhD candidate at Federation University. Her practice-based project, Visualising the Invisible, explores the strengths associated with dyslexia through visual art. She has been a sessional teacher in university since 1999, and during that time, developed and delivered units, tutorials, lectures, and studio practices across a wide range of subjects, including photography, digital art and media, communication design, professional art practice, printmaking, and installation. She co-directed a boutique design agency for over 20 years, where she was senior designer working on branding, web and print for small business, festivals, and local government. Recently, she opened Radius, a gallery which supports local artists in regional Victoria. The title of her presentation is Entwined Threads, Metamodernism Through the Lines of Visual Art. Please welcome Kim.
Thank you and hello. That was actually quite a long intro. This presentation is, I actually started writing a presentation and ripped it up and started again. And I hope, Greg, you've got a really good sense of humour for this one. So my name is Kim Percy, and as you all know, this presentation is a speculative study of some metamodern terms that apply to art through the examination of several artists, including Chiora, Chiota, Peter Tyndall, David Spriggs, and Tinky. As stated, I'm an artist. I'm also dyslexic. So my worldview is tinted by my genetic neurological difference that affects not only my comprehension of written language, but also delivers me strengths that often associated with dyslexia, I'll catch my breath, such as visual memory, spatial intelligence, pattern recognition, and narrative reasoning. The link to metamodernism came to me through a conversation just recently about art and dyslexia with artist Tammy Honey. I explained that I was having issues communicating my thesis with some people who are not dyslexic or neurodiverse, and she recommended that I explore metamodernism as it could be an effective way to frame my use of language. During my recent research, I came across a list of methods that appear in Metamodern Art, written by Greg Denver. Thank you. As published, so it was called After Postmodernism, 11 Metamodern Methods in Art. It was published in Medium in 2018. Greg, do you remember it? You're nodding, yep. He observed that metamodernism was often reduced to the notion of oscillation between modernism and postmodernism, or between opposites. And he sought an expanded list of terms to evoke a wider response, because the central motivation of metamodernism is to protect interior, subjective self-experience from the ironic distance of postmodernism, the scientific reductionism of modernism, and the pre-personal inertia of tradition. So for this purpose, I'm sorry, I should have worked out just the arrow. Yes. Is it? Okay, so for this purpose of this presentation, I'm going to be using your list, Greg, as a list of methods, and it's going to be looking at constructively criticizing or looking at visual art. That didn't work. Try again. Right, let me just say. No, she doesn't. Here's an arrow. Yeah, and it didn't mute you. Okay. Okay, so this is Denver's list, and I'm going to be paraphrasing based on this. All right, so the first one I'm going to be looking at is hyper self-reflexivity, or life as movie. Self-reflection was used within postmodernism to draw attention to work and to dissolve the boundaries between work and the viewer, whereas hyper self-reflexivity extends to affirm the inner or felt lived experience of the artist. Sorry, I've got paper, arrows, math. 2, the narrative double frame. Based on performatism, this concept uses the notion of the frame to allow the fantasized narrative to exist within reality. For example, if the viewer enters a dream world, new narrative rules may coexist within the one work. I think Xanadu is a great example of that. 3, oscillation between opposites. That one we all know. 4, quirky. There's been a lot of talk about quirky. A redeeming feature, quirky allows the difference in the weirdness within fluid boundaries of acceptable. 5, the tiny, metamodern minimalism, in order to create vulnerability and intimacy using small, minimal, simple art. 6, the epic, metamodern maximalism, unabashed use of extravagance or self-expression in scale, subjects, or delivery. 7, constructive prestige, allows a work of art to bring the kinds of cultural combinations that people experience in real life in spite of conventional divisions between them. 8, honesty, irony, sarcasm, sarcasmicness, snark, including the service making an earnest point or expressing a heartfelt emotion. 9, normcore, employing aspects of the melody to emphasize difference or interest. 10, overprojection. I'm not going to even try that next word. The use of animals or objects to express human sentiments. And 11, meta-cute, evoking childlike innocence and simplicity that are meant for usage by adult age people. The first artist I'm going to discuss is Peter Tyndall, who currently has a retrospective at Buxton Contemporary, surveying an art practice spanning almost 50 years. Tyndall is highly regarded conceptual artist who creates a unified, thoughtful art, and as stated by Buxton Contemporary, is recognised today as one of the leading figures in development of postmodern art in Australia. I also argue that he's a metamodern artist, as his practice aligns with most of the methods on Denver's list. Initially, I'd like to bring your attention to Tyndall's use of title convention. Each work of art, Tyndall uses the same title. According to the write-up on Buxton Contemporary's website, it is partly a critique of the social context of the art museum and its labelling conventions. The practice also considers how work of arts are titled and who has the right to describe an artist's work. The first line indicates the work you're looking at is only a detail or a smaller part of something larger, embracing both the image and the world within which it exists. Its subsequent lines, the person or the viewer becomes implicated as a subject to the work of art or the something being looked at. This working title is then followed by the meta title Logos Haha that reference the first 3 lines and a subtitle with information specific to the work in question. The intricate use of words to invite the viewer into the artwork creates a meta-narrative, meaning that it succeeds simultaneously as a tool on multiple levels, providing a critique of label conventions, an exploration on how we view and consume art, and it questions historical references associated with the process of making art. Tyndall's large pop art is often sparse with only a few elements such as words, objects, patterns, using limited colour schemes, including white, black, red, and yellow. Unlike many pop artists, Tyndall paints meticulously by hand. Each line, mark, and letter is executed with precision, rendering the work both tiny in its simplicity in the elements, yet epic in its scale and the artisanship which verge on the maximum or the grand. So these are all hand painted, each letter, and they're really quite large. A repetitive element in Tyndall's painting is the matrix or frame, as explained on Buxton Contemporary's website. The matrix is another key element within Tyndall's practice and developed from the simplified version of the frame. He describes the frame's interior as a projection space where traditionally an image would exist and subsequently be interpreted or projected upon by the viewer. By the same logic, the wall in which the frame hangs is also a projection space, as is the building that contains the wall, and so on. Within this philosophical framework, the matrix offers a dioramic representation of the infinite interconnectedness of everything. The narrative double frame refers to Raoul Eschermann's concept from his 2000 essay, Performatism, in which Eschermann's double frame conceives an outer frame and an inner frame locked together. The outer frame is a world story imbued with enough fancy elements that the reader is forced to make a choice to buy into all of it if they're going to commit to engaging with the work. Now, temporarily trapped inside the outer frame, they are free to unironically engage with the content of the inner frame, which is the story of a particular set of characters or events. Pictorially, the frame in Tyndall's case is often empty, yet if referring to the whole artwork, including the title as being the frame, then the lines within the painting offer an infinite interconnectedness of everything. The last of Denver's list that I'll relate to Tyndall's work, is a constructive pastiche. Pastiche is the juxtaposing of seemingly disparate elements from historically separated genres and or cultures. As a way to frame it in the context of metamodernism, pastiche is potentially constructive, whereas under postmodernism, it was dissociative. Tyndall brings together disparate concepts through elements such as religious iconography, historic references, contemporary symbols, and words from media or stories. Adorning My Wall at Home is a work by Tyndall featuring 4 words in red and black: Free China, Free Tibet. It is simple yet eloquent. By juxtaposing these words, Tyndall speaks of the overarching subjects of protest, Buddhism, China's occupation of Tibet, and as a cultural reference to protest posters. Protest is also a medium that Tyndall utilises within his art practice. Every Friday evening from 5 to 5:30, Tyndall joins a protest in the main street of his local town in central Victoria, carrying handmade banners in support of current issues like refugee rights, climate change, and the Tibetan independence movement. For Tyndall, protests and art making are collective endeavours, and he remains deeply engaged with and connected to his community. I've known Peter Tyndall since I moved to Dallas in 2000. In fact, he was actually one of my first Photoshop students. He has a sincere belief in the positiveness of the human spirit, expressing his belief in quirky, meta-minimal artworks, making him, in my opinion, a genuine metamodern artist. Artist Chihara Shiota creates intricate, complex sculptural installations out of string. Her work prompts an emergence of wonder as the eye travels from one string to the next, quickly becoming overwhelmed in the complexity of the lines. What starts as a simple red thread rapidly gets lost in the web crisscrossing strings and transforms into a metaphor for the intricacies of the human condition. Without navigation or labels, the eye loses the ability to see the individual thread and gets lost within the overwhelming tangle of incomprehensible line. When standing back, the installation takes on an abstract form, which is tremendous and resilient. Yet, when the viewer looks closely, the monumental form gives way to a fragility drawn with a tenuous mark. It is a paradox of order and chaos and encompasses the concept of meta-narrative. through its ephemeral metamodern notion of collapsing distances between the self and others, and between the self and society, as remarked by AHRC in his article, 10 Basic Principles of Metamodernism. I decipher his words as embracing everywhere, all at once, in a meta-directional viewpoint. One work that speaks particularly to neurodiversity and dyslexia is Counting Memories, featuring numerals snarled within black threads. As a dyslexic artist, this work strikes a chord with me because it refers to the learning struggles that I had as a student, but also visually expresses the way that it thinks. I'm just going to. Giotto invites the viewer to respond to her personal work through carefully chosen symbols such as boat, discs, or suitcases, or piano. These objects create an anchor point or a symbolic door in which she invites the audience into the space. Then follow the web of threads which are likened to connection between people and connection between life and death. In an interview with Coeur et al., Giotto draws lines with yarn in the air and spans connections between the physical body and what is beyond. The yarn creates tensions like a human relationship. It tangles, it interacts, it creates voids and evokes memories. As an affirmation of the felt inner experience of the artist, Giotto's immense environments oscillate between feelings of intimacy and the cosmic, depending on the viewpoint of the individual. Another artist who shares Giotto's meta-directional art style is David Spriggs, who produces large sculptural works made out of printed acrylic layers. Each layer is an abstract artwork. The layers create a multi-conceptual image or experience. As the viewer moves around the sculpture, the artwork changes and new insights can be discovered through the interwoven lines and marks. Like Giotto, David Spriggs' artwork embraces the statement of the Metamodern Manifesto by Turner. Artistic creation is contingent upon the origination or revelation of difference therein. There are several items on Denver's list that I've not given much attention to, such as metacute, quirky, honesty, and overprojection. And an artist that fits snugly into these categories is Liz Sontag, aka Tinky, who creates whimsical miniature dioramas installed in unlikely places such as cracks in the brick walls down the back streets and alleys of Melbourne. As public art, Tinky imbues her work with social commentary in the form of pun, saying the miniature people all have their own personalities and characters. If we overlay double narrative frame onto Tinky's miniature scenarios, the audience is asked to accept that the crack in the wall is one frame and to enter into the brightly coloured diorama as a second narrative, often a fantasy world where people live on banana peels and are in sardine cans and embark on adventures, have love affairs, and have mishaps at work. Through humour in inanimate objects, Tinky can have conversations about situations that may be difficult or awkward, balancing feelings of rejection, embarrassment, shame within cute, mega cute characters and ironic quips. As a neurodiverse artist, I strive to use visuals to articulate how I perceive my difference to others. One example is this video work, Finding Difference, in which I've filmed close-ups of moving water and superimposed footage in a circle layered on top. There is a variation of the tonality, and in the moving footage, the timing is orchestrates a subtle difference of dissociation and the mismatch of visuals. The experience is being slightly out of kilter, an analogy of feeling different from the people around me. I designed this work to be viewed as a repetitive, meditative space for the unconscious decluttering of the mind and aim to provide solace from what writer Brett Cooper refers to as a metamodernism and abstraction helping to improve the signal-to-noise ratio. If I apply Denver's list to my own work, I lean towards hyper-self-reflexivity as a primary method of validating my personal journey of self-awareness of a person living with a physical disability and the weight public disclosure. Denver's list of methods is not definitive, but it becomes a useful framework to discuss art as metamodern. I've drawn together several artists that may not be widely recognised as metamodern, but rather artists I've found have correlation with Denver's list. There are also other metamodern lists that I could have applied. However, Denver's list created a well-rounded and inclusive structure that pushed me to consider art in ways I normally do not. And it's something that I can apply to my own work in the future. Thank you.
I'd like to just add here,
Sure.
in an online a question. Let's just go to the room first. Any questions from the room?
I have a question, but it's just like, did you go to the exhibition, Peter Timber's exhibition?
Yes,
Did
yeah.
Did they have a catalogue?
They didn't have a catalogue at the time. I went to the opening and they didn't have one printed at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure there would be.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions from the room?
I have a question.
Okay, Greg.
Well, thank you for thinking about my ideas. I got a kick out of that. And my question is, as someone who is both a practicing artist and somewhat of a theorist, an observer of art, and now that you are thinking about metamodernism, do you maintain any kind of like a firewall between your practice and the thinking about metamodernism, or does it affect how you practice art now, or how do you deal with that?
Thank you, Greg. I think that's a really good question, and I think that's one that's a work in progress, very much. I think that it's like any, as soon as you let a genie out of a bottle, then it can't help that it affects what you do. So I think that the firewall that you're speaking about, I think is quite it's sort of blurred at the moment for me, and I'm sort of stepping from one space into the other. And I think that it will become a really useful framework for me looking forward. So I'm really interested in the next Barry, and what might actually happen in that space. And that's something that I think that it's an ongoing communication or ongoing conversation. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's very vague, but yes.
No, thank you.
We've got another question, Brooke.
Yeah.
Just a quick question. I found that the description and using the terminology that has been contributed by Greg, and you explained so beautifully, really helpful. But I'm just sort of wondering why, or do you think it's some of that language, it hasn't sort of found its way into art criticism or reviews as much as I think it should, because it's so relevant. Do you have any perspective on that? Why that might be, or is it just an awareness?
I think that the art world in general, and my what I've been noting, is still hasn't really caught up with metamodernism in a general way. I think that it's kind of there on the peripheral, and I think that Shaun and I have had a brief conversation, but I think that it's still it's not really fully embedded into the thinking or the critiquing at the moment. Yeah.
And we might have to move it there.
Thank
Thanks
you
so much, Kim. Right. Okay, I'll just start sharing. And I'll introduce our final speaker for today, who is Claire Kearns. Claire's joining us online. So Claire is currently a graduate researcher. In 2021, Claire won the La Trobe University Excellence Academy inaugural art competition for her poem entitled I Was, about her experiences as a neurodiverse student at university. Her work has most recently been published in the book For Ukraine by Women of the World, published by the Australian Centre for Leadership for Women. Her work has also been published in a wide variety of publications, such as the University of Bangor, whose School of History, Philosophy and Social Sciences shortlisted Claire's poem Awoken. Today, Claire will discuss metamodernism and war trophies. Let's please give her a warm welcome. So Claire, I'll ask you to share your screen now. If you've got
I don't have a screen to share.
Oh, okay, then we'll just listen. Lovely. And I'll pop back on when you've got 5 minutes to go.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep. And a massive thank you to Graham Young and all involved in the organisation of this conference. I'd like to start off my talk today by quickly explaining that I'm a neurodiverse person, and this for me means that I'm not the world's greatest public speaker. So for everybody that's either online or in the room today, I thank you for your patience. And I'm sorry if there's a few substantial pauses, so thank you. As a child, I spent much of my childhood fully mute. And that meant that dreams I had were often seemingly impossible. I have then spent much of my adult life being seen as inspirational. However, I do not enjoy that descriptor. And it is ironically that my former mutism and my desire to not be seen as inspirational that has drawn me towards metamodernism. My personal field of research is war trophies, and that's the main topic of my talk today. What interests me about metamodernism is that I believe that an uncomplicated embrace of positivity is required to solve the conundrum of what to do about war trophies. The postmodern sensibility often makes it almost embarrassing to express positive emotions. These include things such as hope, enthusiasm, glee, joy, and this blocking of pure positive emotions has aided and abetted the quagmire which has formed in the field of war trophies governance. So basically, in war trophies, the legislation that governs them, both by international bodies such as the UN, UNESCO, and more like smaller governance, like in militaries, within army units and so forth, has not been reformed in decades. So change is desperately needed, both on an international and domestic level, but the reform has seemed impossible. The most recent amendment debated internationally was debated for nearly 20 years and then shelved. So nothing's really changed. Most of the legislation was created in the post-World War II years, and it's just sort of stagnated. So a new way to look at war trophy legislation needs to evolve, but basically it's not happening because people are stuck in a debate between who owns what, who should return what, and no real progress is being made. So part of this is due to the taboo nature of war trophies. Returning military personnel often hide their war souvenirs. These curios are often handed down to the soldiers' children or other descendants, and they remain hidden. Descendants don't like to publicly display them. They don't know what to do about them. And it makes it even harder to legislate because war trophies remain hidden. So, whilst war trophies have existed since the rise of human civilizations, we've come to a point where modern forms of warfare have evolved to a point that something needs to be done. In ancient Mesopotamia, war trophies were integral to the earliest civilizations. trophies were often grandiose. They told a story to the public. War trophies and their display and collection has changed throughout the millennia of human civilization. However, the importance of the stories of victor, of loser has remained. And these stories are integral to war trophy scholarship and legislation. In critically analysing war trophy stories, we can unpack potential roadblocks to reform. In doing so, a potential benefit is the creation of stronger and more binding legislation. Each human society also relies upon war trophy myths. These myths have helped to maintain coherent social constructs and civil obedience to the state, particularly in the colonial and post-colonial eras. Elements of these myths have been based on sexuality, gender, and race. And these myths have been central to the development of war trophy being formed into secular religions within several modern-day nation states. And those secular religions valorize military service and patriotism, using war trophies as quasi-relics. The practice of cultural violence is currently prohibited by international humanitarian law, but that does not actually stop the pillaging. Pillaging is not specifically banned. The entanglement of laws, international bodies within individual regiments and brigades within the UN, and cultural objects versus war trophy legislation has led to just, it's really quite knotted. I'll give an example. The Russian invasion of Ukraine. Last year in August, on the Independence Day in Ukraine, the main street of Ukraine's capital, Kiev, was filled with war trophies. It was a huge, grand display. Tanks, armaments. It was an intentional mockery of Putin's failed plans to succeed with a swift invasion of Ukraine. It wasn't just a display, it was aimed to say something. And this is a modern example, but this is a repeating narrative throughout that region. For example, scattered throughout Australia are a dozen Crimean War Imperial Russian cannons. They were plundered by the French, they were gifted to the British, they were re-gifted to the burgeoning Australian colonies, bar the then tiny Western Australia. Each of the other former colonies retains a pair of cannons. Victoria's stand across the road from the shrine. Like many Melburnians, I have eaten my lunch seated nearby, I've walked past them, I've actually worked in the building right next door to them. And I never really bothered to notice them or their faded plaques or notice the Russian imperial markings. War trophies tell us stories about the dominant culture in which we live, and in being unnoticeable by hundreds of thousands of passers-by each year, Melbourne's war trophies say something really quite disturbing about the culture within Melbourne. And that's kind of the ignorance is bliss. The trouble with that is that when widespread obliviousness occurs in a culture, other nasty social, political movements tend to gain a foothold. For example, when I started to become intrigued with these cannons, I quickly learned that I wasn't the only person that was interested in Australia's Crimean War era cannons. Apologists and supporters of the current Russian president, Vladimir Putin, have made recent attempts to try and repatriate these cannons to Russia. These supporters include the so-called Aussie Cossack, the 32-year-old YouTuber, Simeon Boykov. During the pandemic, Boykov petitioned the Australian federal government to return the cannons to Russia, a move which, if successful, would have seen the cannons used as symbolic rallying points which adhere to Putinism's interpretation of the history of Crimea, a stance which Putin's Australian sympathisers felt nostalgic pride towards. So a little bit about who That is, the Night Wolves are Vladimir Putin's favorite motorcycle club. Their nickname is Putin's Angels. They've been in Australia for 6 years. The Australian Cossacks are a related group, and they are headed by Simeon Boykov. The Cossacks are descendants of a group of Russian horsemen who fought with Tsarist forces during the Russian Civil War. They are known for their suppression of popular protests in Russia and were one of the key pro-Russian groups fighting against Ukrainian forces in Crimea in 2014. So Boykov is the leader of the Australian Cossacks, which he has styled as a military unit, like a proxy fake military unit. And he has stated that by doing things like the war trophies, repatriation, that we have a unique opportunity to support Russia within a hostile state. This cannot be done even by the FSB or battalions of special assignment troops, because unlike them, we are citizens of this state. So fortunately, Boykov and his friends petitioned to the then Minister of Defence, Peter Dutton, got a reply from Dutton that it did not contain enough information. And this is, you know, despite at the time that Boykov claimed to have a team of researchers helping him out, no further information was returned to Dutton's office and the petition got closed. So if Boykov's petition to the government had been successful, who would the cannons be returned to? The Russian Empire no longer exists. The imperial family's been wiped out by execution. The guns looted that are in Australia were from what is now Ukraine. They were made at a Ukrainian shipyard. If Russia could reclaim these cannons, then Ukraine would have an equal claim to them too. Further, the Australian government had tried to return the cannons under the Hughes administration. However, the arrival of World War I and questions regarding who should foot the bill for the shipping to return the cannons to Russia kind of derailed the matter. So for Australia's Putin apologists, their interest in the dozen war trophy Imperial Russian cannons held in Australia is nothing to do with history. It's nothing to do with the quality of the objects themselves. Even in the 1850s, little value was placed on the cannons. Today, they're in worse condition. Most of the trolleys they sit on are pretty much falling apart. So perhaps a lengthy taxi ride I took across Melbourne late last year might shine some light on the conundrum. My driver was a pro-Putin Russian immigrant. During my ride, I was told at length how Russia will not lose the war. He based this supposition upon the fact that Russians deeply understand hardship, deprivation, and extremely cold temperatures. He proudly listed many instances of Russians surviving hardship. Interested to hear his response, I told him about the cannons and Boykov's petition. He, like virtually everyone in Australia, had never heard of them. Yet he greedily decided that they should be immediately returned to Russia. Now, during the invasion of Ukraine, the world has seen an unprecedented rise in misinformation and attacks by Russian trolls on social media platforms. Russian interference has impacted democratically held elections and attempted to thwart the research of Australian academics by slapping them with sanctions. Australia's Imperial Russian war cannons may seem insignificant, but if it did not matter to Putin's apologists or their worldview or their aims, they would not bother. Since the commencement of World War I, war trophies have changed dramatically. These changes have included that the objects are now of an unprecedented size, such as large artillery pieces. Other changes include mass acquisitions of objects of cultural significance, which we saw in the Middle Eastern wars post 9/11. In the latter half of the 20th century, additional transformation to war trophies occurred with the formation of an organised black market and later a quasi-legal market. This increase in capacity and scope during the internet era made it easier and easier to purchase ill-gotten goods, basically. This increase can be linked to digital payment methods like PayPal. And like basically antiquities websites, you can purchase a war trophy with only a few small clicks, because to be legally sold, you basically just have to say that you don't know the provenance, or that you could say, oh, my grandfather bought it in a garage sale 80 years ago, and there's no one that can prove that you didn't. So a lot of these changes have been brought by modern forms of warfare, the internet revolution, historical curiosity, greed, and even international terrorism. So back to metamodernism. I don't like the fact that war trophy legislation seems to be going nowhere, and it's been going nowhere for decades. Yet the increase in the number of war trophies that are being acquired and sold is enormous. So I look to the Howard administration and their gun buybacks. And I'm sure many of you that are present today would remember when gun legislation came in after the Port Arthur massacre. And one of the strange outcomes for that, in a way that wasn't intended, was that war trophies actually became handed in en masse because people got money back for them. So something happened which wasn't intentionally meant to be. So I think that the way forward in war trophy legislation is some sort of mass level of positivity that we can search for the impossible and aim for it without getting bogged down in endless arguments over who owns what, who should have what, and you know, all the ethical conundrums which underpin it. So Tim Vermeulen, the cultural theorist, said that metamodernism oscillates between a modern enthusiasm and a postmodern irony, between hope and melancholy, between naivety and knowingness, empathy and apathy, unity and plurality, totality and fragmentation, purity and ambiguity. I think that it's okay to search for values and meaning, even as we continue to be skeptical. So thank you very much for listening to my talk today. And that's it.
Thank you. I know it's working. Thank you very much, Claire. You can't see, but we're all clapping in the room.
Thank you very much. I am the worst public speaker ever, so
I would not say that at all. You did beautifully.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
So we'll open it up. We've got time for a couple of questions. So anyone online or anyone in the room, just put your hand up and I'll throw to you. Oh, okay. We'll go Graham and then Kim. Hang on, let me bring the mic over.
Hi Claire, thanks so much for the presentation.
Hi Graham. That's okay.
I'm just wondering, so your speech really, or your presentation really reminds me of you know, the issues surrounding the British Museum, and you know, whether you give back you know, works of art to Greece or Egypt or anything like that. So how do you, if we're using a metamodernist kind of sensibility to try to justify either keeping it or retaining it, how would you respond? What would be, so you can find meaning in the sense that, you know, they have greater access to the artwork and it's in the British Museum, but is it right and ethical to return? And how would you lay out, or how would you respond? What do you think should be done with those kind of examples?
I didn't hear bits and pieces because the microphone, I think, is a little bit far away. But what I did get, well, my research is leading me at the moment to consider the concept of creating a War Trophy Institute that's governed by the UN and that's separate from museums and art galleries who are stuck in endless debates of nationalism and colonialism and post-nationalism and, you know, the rise of neo-fascism and everything all in one. And obviously they're very, very legitimate and very important narratives to be had as well, but it's not progressing what to actually do with some of these objects. And, you know, I think that metamodernism is potentially a really good lens to actually examine it with, because it could possibly potentially remove it from the debate in a way. Does that make sense, Graham?
Yeah, it does. It's I think the microphone is running out of juice, which why it might drop in and out. But yeah, I guess the question becomes, even if there's a museum that's run by the UN, like where exactly would you place those things? Like, you know, it seems like there'll never be anything, any such thing as like neutral ground again. So even if it's the British Museum, even if it's right next door, it's still Greece's property in a way. So it's a difficult, it's a very difficult question to tackle. So I admire you for taking on such an interesting and complex topic that seems to defy, you know, very straightforward answers.
Thank you. It's something that actually really interests me because I spent a considerable part of my life in peacekeeping and saw, you know, a lot of looting and pillaging. And it's something that I'm one of those people that when I see some of the devastating parts of what humans are capable of, being a neurodiverse person, a lot of my life I have been told to try and contain some of the emotions that I have, like sheer joy or sheer hope, or, you know, that things need to be qualified or contained a bit. And I think that, you know, the phrase shooting for the moon, we kind of need to go for that to resolve some of the, you know, nastier parts of international conflicts. Yeah.
Thanks, Claire. You made me think about some of those objects a little bit differently. So go past the shrine. Just have a question around metamodernism, and you mentioned positivity as being a sort of one aspect of metamodernism that you feel might help with this wandering. I'm just interested in just because I'm fairly new to metamodernism, just a little bit more about what how else you think that it might help frame or contribute to this conversation?
I think that in recent years, I have come to personally, in my own research and, you know, life journey, come to consider that, you know, getting really excited over seeing a rainbow, or, you know, rapt about wandering through my garden or my art or whatever it is, isn't something that's childish or needs to be contained. And I think that feeling very, very strongly about things is actually very, very useful when it comes to particularly abhorrent things and sugarcoating what war trophies are and how nasty they can be. Like the other day, I was in the town of Xanadu and came across a massive collection of Nazi memorabilia, and it was just really quite disturbing, and yeah, horrific. And it's not really something that's properly legislated against, and because it isn't, it feels like for a lot of practitioners in it that there's just no way forward. And I choose with my life what I want to hope to get out of it, that there has to be a solution for this. Like there just has to be, because abhorrent things shouldn't just be allowed to exist and, you know, have no real solution. So am I waffling? So yeah, thank you for your question. I hope I kind of answered it.
Thank you, Claire, and thanks for sharing with us your kind of personal motivations for doing the project. It's been really interesting to hear about that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll hand back to Graham now, and he's going to wrap things up for us today.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hopefully, Greg, everyone, you can hear me. Thanks again, Claire, for the wonderful presentation, and to all our presenters. It's been wonderful to have you and meet you all. It's been fantastic to hear about your interests, and certainly learned a lot. We will be finishing up